We good? What's up, folks? Right. Moonsolver meta? Bet your ass. I'm gonna be like 3 minutes because I have to do something quickly. The BTD6 wiki is the worst formatted website I've ever seen. Every page has like 5 different stubs that go off into other random directions. There's like 25 different types of games. And some pages have the information on all the games, and some pages are just one game, and then you go to another stub that has a different game that you actually want. Oh my god. Who designed this website? The only thing the wiki is good for is ripping high-quality images. So I can make tier lists easier. That's its entire purpose in life. Here, let's at least put something on the screen here. Here, somebody join this shit. Oh, gotta beat the public players. Unlucky. Alright. What is this chat? It's like I'm in mop server. You guys better behave, alright? Let's say some wild shit. Okay, this is boring. Oh, fuck it, we might just start now. Let's do this later. Be the advanced challenge instead. Do this in under 2 minutes. Boom. What do we got? Yup. Bunch of shit that I don't care about. Alright, looks great. Okay. Looks good. Right. Is this what people do when they stream Challenge Editor? They just pick a random challenge and stare at it for 5 years because there's so much garbage that they've changed? You just have to, like, take 2 minutes to dissect it? Wait, this works though. $10 off? Right. Why am I so angry? Yeah, I'm American. Okay. We'll do this later. Let's actually do what we're supposed to do. Okay. Where's the thing at? Spread this race was not too bad. 214, 215, 216, 217. That's not unhealthy. There's some competition there. But this wasn't a very active week, considering Gumball got his time, what, 2 days in? But, you know, sometimes that's just how the cookie's crumbling. Fake football. Hold on, we gotta discuss this real quick. Fake football. Listen, I'll let you diss basketball and baseball. But this quote-unquote fake football, I don't know if that's sliding here. Okay. 2:14:43, first place time. I don't know what other first place he's referencing here. If he was here, he maybe would be able to tell me, but I don't think he is. And of course his clean is scuffed because nobody does clean. I didn't have a whole, like, 2-hour stream talking about it last week. My efforts are in vain, I guess. Thank you for showing you got first. I appreciate it. Alright. 10 to 85. Tarn, my beloved. I don't know. I don't want to take credit, but I feel like, you know, had a little more around 80+ races in the past couple weeks, so, you know. I'm not going to say I had anything to do with that, but I think it's a good change of pace. So it makes clean actually a little bit more interesting. Okay, unique start here. Kind of. Most of the time, if you're going buck early, we're getting 0-1-1. Because this shit is cheap. When I say cheap, I mean cheap. Because we have two MKs that both make military cheaper. We got a 265 buck, a 465 grape, and a 170 long range. Okay? I can't do quick math, but that's cheap. So this is a good starting tower right here. Now, most of the time we start with this because we don't have money, right? If we only have, what is this? Fucking 850? 850, right? Alright, that's the lives. Hold on, just ignore what I just did. Do that every single time. 850, okay. At this point, we can basically start with this tower. We have to obviously get a little bit for long range, but this is essentially a good starting tower, right? However, this case, look at this money that you can't see on the screen. Okay, subtract or add 310 to this, okay? We have a lot more money to work with. However, we have no, like, other good starting towers, okay? We're not starting with bomb. Glue is useless. The sub is useless. Wizard, we can't get Waff. Super, obviously. Ninja's garbage. Alk is, like, probably the second best tower we have here to start. And it's not amazing. Spact, obviously. NG, Village, and we might have Beast Handler, but fuck that tower. So, basically only have Buck. But because we have this money, we don't have to, like, force ourselves to go bottom, right? Because technically, if we can just straight up fucking start with this 2-1-0, I mean, it's just better, right? In terms of cost, like value, you're getting more value out of these two upgrades, but this is just doing way more. And because this is literally the only starting tower we have, then just go for it, right? No reason not to. What are we talking about? MLS. Okay. Yeah, the hotshots I was super surprised about. I mean, not really, because like DOT stuff in races is actually kind of a sleeper. Stuff like Bernie stuff and hotshots technically has way more application in races than the regular game. Because you're actively told to avoid hotshots in basically every other aspect of the game, right? But at least in races, if you're constantly pierce capping, right, on this hotshots hit, you hit hotshots, and now those balloons are over here and taking DOT, right? So the next hotshots you do is always on a balloon that probably doesn't have hotshots on it. So we're basically getting the full effect of every shots, right? And that you're actually maximizing hotshots. Same thing with mortar, right? You're putting Bernie stuff on this, and it's gone, right? We're getting the full DOT from this Bernie stuff. So this is why, kind of a sleeper, maybe. Like most of the time, you're just getting cannon chip, right? Because cannon chip's just better. But in this rare instance, getting hotshots actually was better because it also helps with getting end of round, right? So technically, you could easily survive with this. Like, you don't need hotshots at all. But because there's literally nothing else we can get, like, sure, we can get bomb earlier, but we just have to wait longer to sell this cannon chip. So, again, rare, super rare instance where hotshots is actually good here. Curious if we'll ever see more of it. So the start send here is 20. I'm not sure how much he experiments with further rounds. I was able to do 21 and 22 and at least live, but you might have been super fucked on end of round. I mean, we eventually do 22 later, but one thing that I'm super curious about is if the grapes that you lose when you're shooting on last. Where is this map at? Am I blind? There it is. Sandbox. Okay, look at this, right? Buck here on last. Why do we put it on last? Because we have MK. Alright, boom. However, technically not an amazing spot. Because we miss, like, half of our top grapes up here, right? It's missing 4, so not half, but we're missing basically 4 fully fucking hot-shotted grapes up here. I guess maybe this hits. Which is actually shocking to me. We basically missed 4, though. Whereas if we put it on first, now we have literally 100% shots hitting, right? but we miss that 10% attack speed. I have no idea if either of these outpaces the other in terms of DPS. Because I didn't run the numbers because I was not trying this race and I didn't care. This also, it's maximizing Pierce, right? If you have it on last, this straight shot up here, like, we're always getting 100% Pierce on these grapes. But this down here, I mean, you can see it. Some of it's going past, right? And up here as well. So, I don't know. I bet nobody cares about any of that, what I just said, but food for thought. What are you guys on about? Are we still on this football topic? Got some Euros in this chat that don't understand the American football. Okay, where were we? This... we just chill with this. And then obviously, okay, not a lot of towers here, right? Like, this is slim pickings. Especially early game. We have bomb. We have, technically we could get this buck into a cannon chip if we really wanted to. And we have a waff. At this point in the game, we've already sent 24 out. Waff is just, it's useless at this point. We have this buck that's, in all honesty, probably out DPSing whatever this waff could do. So... yeah, waff out of the picture. Basically, we get bomb. You have two options here, cannon chip or bomb. And, I mean, cluster is just probably the best. Do I want to say that? It's probably the best third tier in the game for races, unless I'm missing something super obvious. I'm probably missing something super obvious, but I want to say it's the best. Because, I mean, we just 39 instantly. 24-39. If we have a good bend for cluster, even after the nerf, it's just 39 all the way. No stops. Look at this, boom. 39, we have 150, 25. Look at this leaking. Nothing. Couple things. Nothing. I'm actually curious how he stays above 150 here the whole way. Just using mana shield. Okay, so we have cluster 39. This is pretty easy to digest, right? So after this, you have two options, or maybe three. I don't know. Probably two. You can either wait a long ass time and just get cluster, or alk. And I'm gonna say probably 9 times out of 10, just get the alk. It's just always pre-alk buff your stuff. Every chance you get, just pre-alk buff it. Alk is the best tower in the game. Okay. Just never not alk buff anything unless it's a glue strike. Yes, AMD buff your glue strikes. Okay. So, we do this. I don't really... No, I guess I can kind of see this AMD pause. I'm fine with this. I was gonna say bomb shoot's so slow that that might not be necessary, but... Okay, and then we instantly... So... We have to be kind of tight on these timings. We get this alk buff here, right? Boom, right here on that cluster shot. He upgrades. Oh, he doesn't. Ooh. We actually miss it by 15. I mean, it didn't end up mattering. It's just as long as you get that cluster on the shot after you're alk buffing it, right? So we have cluster shot here, alk buff it. We need to 100% make sure that this shot right here affords cluster. And obviously, because we're so tight on that timing with alk, we easily afforded it here. So that's not an issue. Okay, now this is where strats diverge, okay? A lot of stuff you can do here. You could get a reactor, you could get another cluster, you could get a D-breath, you could put Quincy down. This is where a lot of strats maybe diverge. In this instance, we're immediately re-alk buffing. Immediately re-alk buffing. This recursive, which I like. Constantly having your one fucking main source of damage alk buffed is I don't know, underrated, I guess. A lot of times I see people, they get the recursive and they get their first alk, right, which is all good and fine and dandy, but then they just kind of abandon it. Like they just kind of do stuff over here and they just kind of forget that they have a fucking recursive that can be basically double damaged with alk, right? Even taking 2 seconds to stop what you're doing on the right side and alk buff this recursive is massive. So we should always be trying to get like alk buffs on just everything, right? If you have the micro, just always do it. It's so helpful. So we're gonna redo this, and now this is, I never thought about this. Just go for stim. Now I don't actually see the timings here. So we have alk buff on this, right? We've used it. Has a buff, has the buff, has the buff, has brew. Has brew. So at this point, do we throw another brew before we get the stim? We do. Okay, so then we wait, and now we get bottom, right? In this instance, getting mid-path alk is a fucking major nerf. Where is this? Just stay on the map. Okay. This is a nerf in this instance. Why? Because your shit lasts longer. Guess what? You don't want shit to last longer. You want it to be over so that you can apply the better buff, right? That's why, when we're full sending, right? Let's say we have a U-jug right here. Boom. Okay, we've just, I don't know, we just fucking striked a bunch of stuff, right? Boom. Okay. He's gonna drop his load on this. Okay, we sell, whatever. And guess what? We pre-alk buff this. Don't get mid-path. Boom. Why do we do that? Because now, we want to get this stim on this as fast as possible. And if we're doing this, if we're putting this on it, this is 1 more second of this garbage buff that we don't need, right? We want the good shit. We want this stim, right? So like, we don't need this for longer than it needs to survive, right? We just need the initial like oomph, and that's what this provides. We don't need cross path. It's a waste of money. And then we immediately get that after. That's somewhat of the same concept for this, right? So we don't want to cross path. And just get faster throwing, so it applies stim faster. Boom. I'm gonna be honest here. A side tangent. A lot of people were saying that this recursive buff was like the end of the world. Or sorry, nerf. It was the end of the world. It's not that catastrophically bad. You can definitely feel it. But I think NK was right to tune it, to nerf it. I think they just over-nerfed it. But like, obviously, as it stands right now, like, this is still possible, right? If you have alk. Like, we instant 49 send. Alk buff recursive. We clear everything, right? Its camo's leaking. Decent. Again, it's only a 49. We have a decent path. We have MK. We have alk. But, like, even the 60, right? Like, we're still not leaking anything but camos. Recursive's still a good tower, okay? Still a good tower. IRL interact with chat. Yes. All of your very productive messages, such as Real Madrid is terrible. Okay. What is this? Where are we in life? So yeah, recursive being outbuffed. We basically solo the whole game. Up to 50. Boom. I think a lot of people got baited. A lot of people got uber baited by this getting camo early. We kind of paused a bit on this 42 send. 28, 29. I mean, I was sending at 28, right? So we have basically a 2-second pause from maybe top 50 there on that 49 send. Just having those camos come out later. We just wait, right? Like, look at, there's no camos. Just wait. Don't get D-breath, just wait. Boom, get that. Still don't get anything, right? We're good, we have lives. Still good, still good. Boom, now we get it. So, I mean, yeah, just always wait for camo. You never want to be, like, popping camo. Either leak it, try to wait to send it, or pop it as far back as possible in the track. And get all of your other good shit up first, right? So in this instance, we do this nice stem cell, which I really like, because we basically have the perfect amount of money after this second brew that it throws. Look at this. Throws it, sell, 15 bucks. Perfectly aligned with the money. And then we full send. And still we have 0 camo on the board, right? We are... What is this? 42 seconds in? 43 seconds in? We full sent, and we still don't have camo, okay? That's always what you should be striving for. And now, okay, now we get this D-breath, which is fine, because at this point, getting reactor is... We're a bit too late on this reactor, because there's a bunch of shit here, right? We could get Camo Village on this recursive, but again, that's way too far away. There's not much you can do here for camo. Basically has to be this D-breath. You could maybe put reactor here, but this is uber scuffed. What's the price difference on this? Yeah, you could maybe put reactor there, but it would not be defending shit like this. I'm constantly surprised how good this D-breath is. I feel like it shouldn't be this good, but then I remember I guess this is just camos. Like, there's basically nothing else. I feel like it's not good, but it survives. What else was a big talking point on this race? The purples, I guess. Camo purples and regular purples, because you don't want your D-breath to be fucked up. And in this instance, that's the first purple I see. Gets glued. Kind of slipped by the recursive, but end up didn't matter, because we strike here, and D-breath is here. And we're still fine. Alright, so we're at the full send. We're at strike. We get D-breath. Now it's just a waiting game. Don't die, don't die. Alright, now we're here. Let's talk about this tower. Where is this tower? Glue strike. What a tower. What can we say about this? Okay. What? Why do we have so many EU cucks in this chat? All talking about soccer. Please elaborate, yes. Elaboration required. Okay. Why does Gluestorm suck? It doesn't suck. But it's just not that useful anymore. Back in the day, back in my day, okay. Racing was kind of different. We weren't as good as we are today. So we looked at all these towers, right, what we had, and we thought, okay, Gluestorm fucking wipes the field with everything, and it's a super easy concept, right? You get Gluestorm, you press the button, and basically everything just is dead for 1,000 seconds, right? Like, all of this is dead. Now, obviously Moabs exist, but it's a super easy, like, we've won button, right? You use it, and, I mean, you have to do a couple things, but you're pretty solid, right? You're pretty fine. And that was just easy, right? That was the same thing for kind of GZ, right? A lot of our races back then was literally all built around just getting GZ. There was no other nuance to it. It was just get GZ, right? Because after you got GZ and you survived and you used it, it had infinite pierce. The entire map got full map wiped, and the game's over, right? So we were very reliant back then on just getting like the one big ticket item tower, using it, and then chilling. And being like, okay, now we're done, right? But we've evolved since then, right? So we can use things that are cheaper, that are harder to use, that require more chaining, right? So for example, Snowstorm, right? This is not an instant win. Like, you use it, okay, stuff is frozen for like a couple seconds, we have a little bit more money, but you have to do so much more stuff after this, right? It's a constant battle back and forth of microing abilities, and putting stuff down and selling, right? Kind of the same thing with Strike. Like, you can use Strike, and it's definitely way worse than Gluestorm, but it's worse in the sense that you have to do a lot of things after to survive, right? But you can send faster, because obviously it's 10 times cheaper, right? You don't have to save up fucking 14k with other, like, defense that you have, right, in order to get this. We just use this, and then chain off of it, right? So in races where we have both Strike and this buck, this is basically a budget Gluestorm, like these two towers right here. Think of this as like a budget Gluestorm. Oh, not that. Because when you do Strike, you don't instantly get money, right? Shit is coded, and it has to tick, right? It ticks like, what, 3 times? Because it does... fuck, I don't know. It ticks at like 3 or 4 times, right? So, the beauty of Strike is, unlike something like GZ, right? Where you use GZ, but you can't sell... I don't know why this is in the game. You can't sell GZ after the bomb drops. This would be such sick micro if you could do this, right? Because you could have a buck here, have GZ here, right? Have your buck here. Then you sell this, but before it drops, we upgrade that and get all the money from end of round, right? But you can't do that. But with this, you have your base buck here, right? Use this ability, everything's coded, sell it, and before the first tick of all that income, you get Merchantman and Favored. So you instantly get 3 ticks of basically full map end of round for your Merchant and your Favored, right? So, I mean, we get more money with Storm, but we almost get the exact same amount of money, and actually in some instances more, by just having this and then having a buck, right? Doing this and then doing this. So you're basically paying 14,000 to have it be like slightly more continuous, right? And pop stuff like slightly faster. Because you're basically getting the same amount of money if you have this buck with Strike. So that's why this is a goated interaction here. We use it, Before the first tick, boom. And watch this fucking income right here. Instantly. Instantly. And instantly. And this is what makes us survive. Does it say right for 1 minute challenge? Yeah, that's actually super annoying, I would imagine. I went back on my old streams, just like watched like a 2-minute video section of it, and I must have said right probably 30 times after every sentence. That must be super annoying to listen to. I'm trying to not say it, but it's hard to subconsciously change how you're speaking as you're doing it, right? Yeah, there you go. I just did it. All right. Yeah, it's the classic like, oh yeah, right guys? Like, yeah, like you agree with me, right? Yeah. Yeah, right guys? Yeah. Okay. We use this, we get a fuck ton of money. At this point, the goal is solver, okay? The goal is solver. So how do we get solver? Well, we hope and pray that this buck makes money. That's basically the extent of this. I like this trap tech here. This is good tech. I really like this trap tech. I think with other videos, I'm not too certain. Watch this, like, par video here. Maybe that's not a good one to watch. Whatever. I remember in other videos, top 50 videos, the mob was a big issue because you're sending slow. So the slower you send, it's kind of, I don't know, is paradoxical the right word? Probably not. But because you're sending the Moab and basically every other round slightly slower because you're going for top 50, right? God damn it. Because you're sending it slower, you then have to deal with the Moab earlier. Because you're sending the Moab, and then you're sending the full send maybe, what, 20 seconds later? Whereas a top run is sending the Moab 15 seconds later, maybe even 10 seconds later. So you have to, like, actively think about dealing with this Moab before dealing with the full send. Which is... It's awful because you have to invest so much money, maybe into, like, an early debreath, right here, to fucking purposely pop this Moab before it leaves. Because if you just let the Moab ride, you're not popping this before the full send gets you, right? The full send might just be here, right? Whereas the Moab is here. So you can't just wait on the full send, because obviously that kills you, but, I mean, most of the time you just wait on that. But you can't, because the Moab is here. So you have to invest money into this Moab, which then, counteractively, makes you have less amount to put into defending the full send, right? We get this strike later because we have to defend this Moab earlier, which then means our full send is later, which then means, right, it just compounds on each other. So being able to deal with this Moab kind of during the full send is always super nice. Because the full send is basically here, where that first Moab is, and we can just fuck it, deal with it as it comes in, right? Boom. But I like this trap because, as you can see, this one debreath is not going to be able to pop these ceramics, nor is this solver, or rather the whatever, the dissolver, whatever this is, right? I mean, that looks sketchy. If you don't know, like, what racing is, this looks like you're toast. This is not a good look. This is, what is it? Kind of flashbacks to... It kind of looks like this, right? Like, this is not a good look. This looks like you're not surviving this. But it's a bit different because, again, the full send is eating your ass right here. Whereas this is just one thing. But this is why I like races. Because you look at this image, right? if you're maybe a semi-casual, and you're like, wow, you look omega fucked, you're definitely not surviving this, champ. But then, guess what? We get the best tower in the game. Solver. It just wipes everything off the face of the earth. Look at this. Look at this. Disgusting. This is more disgusting than when people say, football is soccer. Look at this. Just wipes. I just wanna rewatch this. Jesus. You know how bad Old Solver gets demolished by this? You buy Solver and you're instantly dead with Old Solver. Now, to be fair, as was pointed out by a couple people, Solver isn't, like, invincible. Because there was a lot of runs of people dying even after they got Solver at the back. But I'm gonna counter that by saying there's like one other tower in the game that defends at this position at this point, okay? And I don't even know if Spirit maybe kills this Moab in time. So, yeah, Solver isn't invincible, but, like, Jesus Christ, it might as well be. Like, yeah, when you regrow 76, right, look at this recursive. At this point, 76 is probably regrowed, like, 1,000 times by this glue and this recursive. So we don't have ceramic children to pop into puddles. Guys, chill out. Okay, no... no slurs, no degenerate, I don't know, spam. I don't know how many fucking hippo ults are here. Let's just relax, okay? Yeah, Solver is insane. That's all you need to know. Pre-alc buff is smart. I mean, we have money, right? Let's look at this money count. So when we're selling everything, we got 25,761. Wait, excuse me? Oh, it's weird. Okay, we have 26,000. And Solver is... I guess we have 22 to 20. So we have basically a 2k buffer. Because of this... favored. I want to see how much money this favored made. Let's check this. Oh, you're joking. Frame perfect here? 3640. Along with whatever sellback we get from this wizard. Is there anything else I'd want to talk about on this before getting to the stabilization? Trap is good. Free cross-pathing with Solver is fine because what? This shit costs like $1. Yeah, $100, that's fine. I like that. 95 actually. Pre-alc buff is fine. No cross-pathing like I said before. I feel like we could have sold this a bit earlier. So we had the money, right? We were 2k over. Feels like we waited here a bit long. Yeah, 2k over. But we do instantly get splatter, so maybe that's fine. Alright. At this point, what are we at? We're at 1 minute. 1 minute in. I'm gonna call this the stabilization, because we've stabilized. We have solver. We survived this 76 regrows. Stabilized. At this point, you have options. We have 2 options. We can either put a village down and get Monkey Town, or we get this buck and get Merchant and Favored. Chill. This chat is wild today. Did you guys get, like, linked this in Mop server or something? What happened? Oh! I put him in timeout. Wait, hell, it didn't even give me an option to put a time limit. Alright, well. No one talks in Mop server? Even like the degenerates that don't play the game anymore? I'm shocked. I mean, I tried to time out for like not long, but it gave me 0 options for that, so I have no idea how long he's timed out for. So GG. Okay, what was I talking about? I'm getting sidetracked here. What is this? Where are we at? Yeah, stabilization. Okay. Theory time. Oh boy. Surely this isn't boring. Alright, we have your tower here, right? In a race, you want to survive for as long as possible. So guess what? You're probably going to put your towers back here. That's fine. You jug back here, your solver's back here. Whatever you have to get to survive, okay? In this instance, it's solver. We've stabilized here. This is stabilization. We physically can't die. It's impossible for this solver to die. Because it's so good. No matter what we send at it, the solver's not dying. So that's great and all. But 80% of the track is over here, and we're not popping 80% of balloons, right? We're just letting shit walk and wander all over here until it eventually gets down here to pop. So this means our income is super slow. Super slow. So just because we've stabilized, quote-unquote, and survived the full send, we've transitioned to late game. So this is all about clean. So just because you've survived doesn't mean you have to instantly start farming this hard. If we had unlimited boats in this race, that doesn't mean we should just keep doing this, right? Just park solver in the back and just keep getting these bucks, right? Keep getting these, and then start cleaning. No, we should not do that. Why? Because we make more effective money if we transfer solver to here. Because, I mean, we're obviously still making money if we have this buck here, and we keep putting bucks down. But the reason that these bucks make money in the first place is because we get end of round. And if we're waiting this long for all of this shit to come all the way around this track to get end of round at this moment, we're losing out on so much end of round up here that we could get like 20 seconds, 10 seconds earlier. So, in this instance, we move solver from here to a much more advantageous location here. Because this gets so much more track space. Look at this. All of this, basically everything but this bottom left area here. And even then, I mean, like, blimp hitboxes are huge, right? You're basically getting almost full map range, effectively, with this solver position. And then this means that we can snowball and get these faster. So we did have to waste money on selling, right? Selling isn't free, we waste money. But because we both have the 5% MK on sellback and this buck is huge, this 10% right here. Because we have effectively 85% sellback, this is 100% worth it every time. You take this 10 out of 10 times. Boom. Transition. And this means we just snowball faster, right? We would get these $4 at least 10 seconds faster than if Solver was here and we started putting bucks down. So that's the concept of just because you've stabilized doesn't mean you can move to a more advantageous location with your main DPS tower. Same thing with U-Jug. U-Jug is here. I mean, even if we have nothing else, no other good towers like Spirit or Solver, I would still try and move U-Jug to somewhere, right? It's a bit worse with U-Jug because it's harder to... I mean, U-Jug is a lot worse than Solver. So you can't just, like, move it and expect it to fucking annihilate, like, what's ever over here. If there's Moabs, but the concept remains the same, right? Where were we? Okay. So I like this move. This is a good move by Gumball. I think most people did this as well, but... This is, I like seeing this. Now... Not sure if I like this. We get this buck, obviously, because we need to sell Solver at some point. So no matter what we do, we need this buck. But, getting this village, not sure. Not sure about this one. We almost fucking die here too. Oh no. This is actually brutal that this almost happened. Just strolling by. No care in the world. Oh, we do the panic pause too. Like, oh shit. What happened? Am I good? Are we good? Just check it real quick. Clutch trap? Which would have actually been fine, because glue is insane, but... Okay, where were we? Yeah, this is this is just a funny thing here. I can see maybe a world where you play this safer and just get the trap before you move it, right? Play it super safe. Trap at the back. I also don't know if I super agree with this 3-staged movement here. So we move it once here, almost die, panic, trap, and then we move it again to there. Not sure if I agree with this one. But maybe it had to be done. Stop getting distracted. Oh, I gotta drink. I gotta hydrate, okay? Drink my jug. Actually, you guys should do that right now. Get a nice, fresh glass of water. And take a nice big drink. Classic non-first place disagreeing with first place? True. Who am I to say? So I look at this. I don't know. On one hand, obviously you want to instantly move it here. Like, yeah, no shit. But practically, it's a bit tough. Because you're basically constantly going to have stuff behind this intersection. So maybe I'm fine with this. Maybe. I think if you were ultra trying to perfect clean and like wipe the screen as early as possible, you would only move it once. But in this instance, this is probably the better play, even though we also almost fucked up. Are you running chess music? This is some OST from a game I've never heard of. So, yeah. We can move on from that. Let's go to this one. So we move solver twice. I'm reconciling with that. I'm okay with it. This is fine. And at this point, I gotta critique Gumball a bit here. This clean is pretty awful. It's pretty awful clean. Just gonna say it. I expect a little better out of Gumball here on this clean, I'll be honest. The order of operations here. I'm okay with P-Lord, or sorry, I'm okay with Tech Terror, kind of, but in this instance we have P-Lord. So this, okay, I don't ever see people doing this, but people should do this, right? Tell me what I'm gonna place down with this Alchemist right now, all of you in chat. Tell me what I'm about to place down. Still haven't seen it. Still haven't seen it. No, still no one has said it. Nope, no one has said it yet. Still waiting. Yes. Rubber to gold. This shit right here, okay? Underrated. I never see people use this. Ever, in any race ever. I don't know why. This is probably the most underrated tower ever. Okay? In all history of all mankind. Yeah, listen. Rise was a pioneer, okay? We all laughed at him then. So Alk is super good here for a lot of reasons, okay? I agree with people that said concoction though. Just putting one concoction down, and one of these down, your clean is just 20 times better already with just these two towers, right? Just having these two towers immediately down, your clean it's actually impossible to fail clean if you have both of these towers. As long as we get like concoction on a couple of them, the ZMGs, and this on the ZMGs. The ZMGs are basically all we care about, right? Solver is basically pounding anything that's not a ZMG. So the ZMGs are obviously the biggest issue, right? Now in this instance, you don't need either of these towers because we have a fuck ton of money. But if this is a tighter clean, I'm putting these down 100% of the time. Every day, all day. Okay? Two weeks ago, Favored was most underrated, now it's River to Gold. Listen up. Money generation, okay? There's a theme here. Spot the theme. Yeah, listen, Rise said a lot of crazy shit, but unironically, that's a decent way to approach the game. Try everything, don't rule anything out, because there's always something you can learn about the game, right? If you don't try shit, you're never gonna learn about, like, new things, okay? Yeah, clean optimization. And guess what? Money is super nice with that. Okay. So I would have liked to see an immediate concoction and rubber to gold. Just let it simmer, right? Let it cook. Let it in the oven. Let it coat some ZOMGs, because that's all we really care about. The problem with concoction micro is you have to put it to strong and then do it. So, like, it's just kind of a hassle, right? You can't just be like, boom, because it just throws on the Moab instead, which I think Gumball does in this video. He concoctions micros, but it just throws on, like, 2 Moabs, so it's not really doing much. Then straight to P-Lord. In this scenario, yes. So, because we only have 1 buck, ideally you would constantly farm more. You would get favored, you would get another favored. Maybe after a couple favorites, I would go for this rubber to gold and this concoction. And then maybe, you know, go 1 more here. Then start setting up for my clean, right? Just putting down maybe an NG up here for the trap. And then we start doing this P-Lord micro. But in this scenario, we only have 1. So we can start doing this clean a lot earlier. We've put Solver in basically the best position we can put it in. We have Monkey Town, we have Monkey City, and we have our 1 favored. At this point, there's not much more you can do in order to get money. We have Big Trap, but that's unrealistic. We're not getting that to farm, and we're not getting that at all because it's just so expensive at this moment, right? We could get Trade Empire, but that's really bad. Never get it unless you have a lot more bucks. So we have to start thinking about other stuff, right? So this is the instance after this moment right here. Gumball should be getting these towers down. Or I guess after this, right? We get this, boom. We have 17k. We can get so much. We can get 2 concoctions. We can get 2 rubber to golds. We can put our NGs down, right? As these sit and kind of accrue their stuff on ZOMGs, we set up other stuff, right? We put down our NGs. We kind of make sure everything is just fine. All right, put these down. We can wait a bit. And then maybe 30 seconds before we have to end the game, or 30 seconds before clean ends, we sell these, or we might not even have to sell these, right? We sell this, and then we start our P-Lord micro. And because we have, not only do we have the ZOMGs concoctioned, but we have the ZOMGs rubber to gold, we basically have infinite money glitch, okay? We're gaining money on these Pirate Lord hook-ins. And because they're concoctioned, they're exploding all the shit around them. So clean is then super, super optimized. Nice thumbnail, needs less blur. Thanks, Decalers. Thanks for your input. So yeah, this clean is a bit rough, I'll be honest. I don't even know if I like Tech Terror here. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. Look at what happens when we use Tech Terror here. Like, we have 3 full fucking health ZOMGs here. I mean, not full health, but I mean, look at this. Like, what did that even do? Yeah, 14 seconds. And we have 4 ZOMGs, 3 ZOMGs chilling. And now we do the Pirate Lord. So when you see 78, and there's a ZOMG on the board, I don't like this. This is like, this should have been cleaned a long time ago. And then we didn't get Solver on our, or we didn't get camo on the Solver for the 78. And then we pop it. We have 5 seconds left. And we're like, oh shit, this is the second panic pause. Oh, we don't have money. So now it's like, alright, what am I selling? Oh, fuck, sell the solver. There we go. Look at how tight this was. Unironically, almost failed clean. But we do it. Yeah, accidentally sold Peeler without using it. Yeah, I mean, I do that sometimes too. I mean, when you're panicking a bit here, right? There's like a little panic here. Again, it's BTD6 fucking mobile child's game. But there's a little something here. But it's fine. I like this big trap instead of just going for these puny ones. When does he do this? I think he does it after Tech Terror. Yeah, I mean, I like that. That's fine. Tech Terror bad, should have stayed at Robo Monkey. Alright, and that is first place. 2 days left to go. Not a very active race, to be honest. But, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. Oh, I don't like that either. Oh, no. So, we concoction here, but we're concoctioning, like, 2 Moabs that are instantly getting demolished by Solver. Because they're on first. But he does put these on strong, so I'm fine with that. That's good. Because it does take a while. I mean, look at this, right? This concoction here. Always make sure to put your alk on strong before upgrading to concoction. Because it takes so long to throw out. Look at how long this takes. Throws it out. We're still waiting for the next one. Still waiting for the next one. There it is. Okay, now we're waiting more. Waiting more. Still waiting. There's the next one. So it takes a long time. So getting 2 cocks is sometimes worth it. Just getting cock down in general early is good. Because, again, it needs to simmer. It needs to coat everything. Alright. Who is it? Jimabon. Okay. I don't think I've watched... We can skim through these pretty quickly. Most people probably don't care about second, but it's interesting to see if they did anything different. Although, this I don't think is the case. Because this is... the same strat. Yeah, this is probably the exact same, right? Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could see Solver. Bit rough here, right? A lot of these balloons are regrows, and they don't have Pierce. Or rather, they don't have children. So you're not getting a lot of puddles from these. Which is why Solver doesn't look invincible here. But, I mean, even still, we're just fine after that. Same stuff here. Curious if there's anything different in this run. Ooh, I like that though. He actually did the pre-safety trap. I'm fine with that safety trap. Good optimization. And we do the same kind of garbage clean here. Is it a little bit better at least? No, we actually almost fuck up this clean too. Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's not much to critique on this, other than a couple better optimizations with the pre-trap, but clean still not great. What does he press the ability button? You know, I couldn't tell you. Thoughts on clicking settings button to pause? Does he do that? Wait. No hotkey guy. Just doesn't use his keyboard. I can understand if you're doing the bug to get upgrades, right? To click the upgrade menu, because it obviously doesn't, it doesn't pause. But this is just straight up clicking the escape button. Oh yeah, I'm watching an Ava video here. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so that's second. Now, third place I did watch, and there's some difference here. I like this. Different tech. Or at least better clean. Yeah, I don't think the EU folk here are gonna stay up till the end of the stream, so you probably should just go to sleep now. So, okay, hold on. I'm missing the entire thing here. We have a different buck spot, which is intriguing. Do we have a different grape spread? We missed 4 grapes. I think that's the exact same. So, yeah. He's from Malaysia? Listen, okay? I have 2 time zones. I have American and not American. Or just EU, okay? So if you're not in those 2, then you're out of luck. Yeah, Malaysia equals EU. I think we did a little bit later. Wait, did we? Have a lot less lives. Wait, what did he send to here? 21. Yeah, see, this is what I did. This is exactly what I did. I'm not, don't worry. Early 24. So, I need to see these splits here. Because this early 21 surely makes a difference somewhere. When did he send 24, huh? 14? 13? Okay, what do we got here? 20, and then we wait. 22. Okay. When do we get this? When do we get this bomb up? About 20. We're sending it 20, whereas here, sending it 19. Full cluster shot on 23.3. First cluster shot here. $24.1. Okay, so we have less lives and we didn't really accomplish much, so. GG. Outbuff, same stuff. 30 lives. Man, look at the difference here. Jesus. We're full sending, or we're 49 sending with 120, 130. We have 100 lives on him. Right. So, I mean, this is another reason why you have a lot less margin for error with having fuck all lives. Like, if we leak anything on the full send, it's basically over. Whereas here, we have way more leeway. What is this? Cult of the Lamb. Okay. Is that this race, Avo? That's big if true. Where were we? Okay, a lot less lives. Yeah, classic. Different spot on this D-breath. Not sure how I like that. 10 lives. Oh yeah, and we get, I mean, this is the time loss here, right? D-breath before we even put our glue down. I'm curious, when did he send 49? $28 versus 29? 30? 29 and a half? Yeah, so we delay this. Sometimes going slower makes you go faster. Novel concept. It was Quincy Tech? Interesting. Race after I rated Quincy the fucking lowest hero. People use him in a race. I don't know about that one. Wait, we don't even get Buck. Oh no. No Buck. Camo Village I also don't like. Forgot to mention it here, but Gumball did this correctly. No Camo Village. Don't need it. Don't get Camo Village with Solver. Unless we're playing uber safe. It just doesn't need it. Look at this. No camo. Still no camo. We never get camo. Until we need the 78 clean. So SJB used Quincy in a race. Yeah, I mean that's not shocking. So we get safety here. We don't even get a Buck. I mean, I don't like this a lot. He does this part worse, but he cleans way better, so. Oh, getting the Camo Village again? Yep. I guess that's fine, because you need it anyway for 78, but. Yeah, no concoction, but it is what it is. We're at least cleaning way better here. Relative. Would have liked to seen a big trap, but it's just nitpicking at that point. Hey, he showed up. Nice. It was a top 3 cent. I don't blame him for playing safe. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is like I nitpick on like what you theoretically should do. I mean, again, it's not like a huge issue to get village or get camo. Like, yeah, maybe there is a, what, 2%, 1% chance a camo goes by. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't hate this. This is fine. Maybe unnecessary, but not egregious at all. And then we get into the runs that nobody really cares about, but we're gonna watch anyway because why not? Interesting bomb spot. Okay, I like this. A little bit of different stuff here. That's something I didn't really talk about, was what the best bomb spot was. You basically have here and here. You have first, close, and last. Or no, you have first and close on this bomb. You have last and close on this bomb. So you basically have 4 different options you could have chosen. And he opted to go for close bottom right. Which... what's our timings on these? What's our timing on this bomb? 39. Wait a minute, that's not a bad bomb split. No? Oh, because we don't send any rounds early. I like that it's something different. He does decent micro. Re-outbuffing the bomb, I like to see that. Keeps it on there. If we're keeping it, I would have liked to seen this be cross-pathed. Even if we're microing, I like to see it be cross-pathed. Minor gripe there. Oh, we get that. Outbuff the D-breath. That's fine. I would have liked to seen that cross-pathed. Outbuff Quincy. Fuck it, why not? Trap. Oh, how close is this Moab? Okay. Interesting solver position. I honestly maybe like that better though than... Maybe? I mean, you want it to be as... If you're going this tight, right? You want it to be as close as the exit possible. So this looks like a technically better placement, but... Because it hits that top, but... Clean's a bit easier here, because he just has to... He moves once instead of twice. I would have liked to seen a buck. Okay, interesting stim. Okay, interesting cross path. A little overkill. Okay, we're getting Monkey City before we have any generating towers. Okay. Don't tell me we get Trempire. Don't tell me we get Trempire. Okay, we don't. Yeah, I noticed you. I said, what up? Okay, I'm a bit confused what's going on here. I guess we're just waiting for this. Alright, that's acceptable. I'm fine with that. Still better clean than Gumball. I mean, okay. People, public service announcement. This village is very easily expendable. We're not getting a whole lot of value out of this village when there's like 10 seconds left on the race, or 20 seconds. We can sell this super early. It's kind of nice to have P-Lord with it. I mean, it is really nice to have P-Lord with it, but like, you can sell it super early. Like, we can just, yeah, just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. You don't need it. Maybe for Solver, for camo, but we can get another village. I see people that have like town, like 5 seconds left in the race, and they're trying to micro and selling stuff. It's like, we could have gotten rid of this way, way earlier. Why does everyone click the ability button? Wait, does he do that? What? He's using hotkeys. What are you talking about? Sajam does it? Or YTSE? Don't say Sajam. YTSE. I think the reason people do this is they have absolutely awful hotkeys for microing. Because nobody changes their default hotkeys for some reason. When you absolutely should. The default hotkeys are atrocious. For microing, I guess. If you're just playing the game regularly, they're fine, I guess. Or your tutor. Alright, yeah, GG. And we have this one, which I thought was interesting. Par was doing a little bit of a different philosophy here with the 81 tech. And at first I thought this was going to be it too. I thought maybe this was an 81 race, but ended up not being it. Strike doesn't really combo well with 81 like we said last stream. If you have Storm, it's nice, but Glyke, it's a bit hit or miss. So the early stuff here doesn't really matter. Kind of interested in later on. Get Reactor. So I don't think he does Strike, right? Oh, he does. No, he doesn't. So this Reactor is fine because we need camo for this bomb. Another recursive here. I would have liked to seen this pre-alk buffed. I would have liked to seen an alk buff on this. Oh, he does do it. Okay, that's good. Again, there's only so much you can do as a mobile player to micro, but we need alk buffs on a lot more things here. Basically, the whole screen should be alk buffed to this point. We alk buff Quincy. No. They just place it next to Quincy, wanting to alk buff our bomb. I mean, I guess it might work out because we want to pop this Moab. Is Raleigh still timed out? I don't fucking know. I don't know how this shit works. I pressed the button and he got timed out, so... It might be permanent, it might be 1 hour, I don't know. Okay, I don't think we still haven't outbuffed this bomb. Just want to make this clear. We're trying, I think, because this alk is I think in the general vicinity. Well, we hit the wizard. Okay, third time's the charm. This might go to Quincy as well. No, it goes to Mom. Yeah, this is cool. I like seeing this. I like seeing people try different stuff. Trying the 81 tech is, I tried this a bit too, just to see like what was up, you know. And again, we still go into Solver because there's not much else you can do. I think he gets close here. God, if we had a buck, we probably wouldn't have reached anything useful though. How close are we? I mean, we're almost there. 1k off. But, again, this is a 217. Could he have delayed the 81 send a bit? He does it really early. Do we really need it to be that early? I feel like we can delay that a bit, no? Maybe a little early, I don't know. I didn't test it enough. But, I mean, there's nothing happening on the right side of the screen. The full send is not even halfway through. So that's an interesting concept. I liked this. 217. Probably could have gotten this down a bit lower. But I don't know if this could have beaten Gumball. Alright, well, I think that's possibly it for the analyzation. Unless Gumball wants me to clarify anything. Football, alright. So, I was attempting to get a tier list up. And because this website is awful, it is taking a small amount of time more than I originally planned. So give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Tier list of starting tower? I was thinking about doing tier lists of each category. So tier 0, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5, and tier 6. Ooh. But I don't know. I don't have that shit set up at all. I guess I could just use the Rohan template, but I'm trying to do the event and game mode tier list. So I think I have the most knowledge about that. But the wiki is awful at doing its only one useful job of giving me images. So just hang tight for a second. Here, you guys can be entertained by, fucking, I don't know, this. Oh, why is it so awful? Just give me images. Nothing is categorized at all. Yo, what is this banger, though? Hold on. Pizza Tower OST. We're bookmarking this one. Gartic phone? I have no idea what that is, so probably not. Wait, I guess challenge editor exists, right? Yeah, let's gotta add that. Oh, and they don't even have half of the things I need. There's no way, right? Oh no, there are. Jesus Christ. Right. So you're just not gonna give me that, huh? Okay then. You guys behaving in here? Oh, I wish I did this earlier. I see what game modes are in this game. Okay, sandbox. Yep, that's going in there. That's an S tier one right there. Primary, deflation, got that. Okay. Oh, standard. Ooh, who is this? Payday 2? Bookmarking that too. You know, I never actually realized how much shit there is in this game. Because most of it is useless. Like, oh boy, about to rev up my military-only run. Get ready. Wait, the wiki doesn't even have that. Right. Surely. Wait, they actually don't have it. Oh no, they do. It's just a garbage page. Classic. Reverse, sandbox, standard, medium. Okay. Magic double HP. Everyone's favorite, half cash. Oh yeah, let me look at half cash strategies on the BTD6 wiki. That'll be a gold mine. And last but not least, everyone's favorite. CHIMPS. Alright, I think we're good to go. Put all this in here. Is there anything missing from this list that you can see? Co-op dailies. Fuck, I think I just have the easy advanced. Right. Just fucking give me all of this garbage. Right. No, Monkey Teams is here, right? Yeah, that's Monkey Teams. Tutorial. Quests. Fuck, I guess you gotta add that too, huh? Surely there's a beautifully placed picture just waiting to be ripped. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. Tutorial? Fuck, I mean, that counts, right? And I don't even have it, so... Does this guy count? Fuck it, you're coming with us. I think that's it. Oh yeah, co-op daily. You know, I'm not seeing a whole lot of pages relating to that on the internet, so might be out of luck there. Co-op challenges? Oh shit, never mind. It just gives me the daily challenge icon. Alright, whatever, it's gonna be... we're lumping them together. I'm not ripping fucking game files. Unless someone just DMs it to me instantly. Monkey Shop. Okay, let's go through. Trophy Store. This isn't a game mode or event. That is not a game mode or event. Achievements aren't game modes or events. Event, CT, co-op, challenge editor, Odyssey editor is kind of the same thing. All the events. Collection event. Oh, do I have that? Collection event. I don't even know what that looks like. I think I do. Alright, that's gonna have to do. Wait, I'm like... What are you talking about? Okay. S, A, B, C, D, F. Yeah, it looks good. Excuse me? Right. Yeah, not doing VC. Hello? What? It just deleted everything. Am I tripping? Add Battles 2 as a game mode. I mean, that's basically Monkey Teams, right? Is this website just this bad? I don't understand. What? Nothing saved. Right. But why did that happen? I have to select a category for it to be in? Select cover photo. Just, it doesn't matter. Just put anything. It just doesn't show anything. There's nothing here. What? No files selected? Right. I beg to differ. This is truly shocking. I wonder if it's my browser that's screwing it up. Wait, no tier list created. Huh? Oh, it's a template. Well, can you... Wait, that's what I want, though. Okay, then. What a great website. Okay, well, you might have to do this in GIMP. Because it is not working. Larger images set may also cause the upload to fail. Right. The large image of like 200 by 200. Very large image set there. Okay. Omega scuffed it is. All right. Here we go. A little scuffed later. This is, I think, every single event and game mode in this game. Let's just start at the bottom. Sandbox. This is... Oh, it's just S tier, right? How could you not say S tier for Sandbox? There's unlimited possibilities on just, like, doing everything. I don't know. Just test. Just test things. Like, I don't even have to explain why it's S tier. Everyone knows it's S tier. You know what I do have to explain, though? Why it's so fucking big. Dog. Just go down a bit, son. There we go. Okay. That's just the first easy S of the day. No questions. Explain it. It's Sandbox. There's nothing to explain. Wait, it's just Sandbox. Yeah. Yeah, you grind Sandbox, man. I don't know. It's, the game would just be worse without Sandbox, because then you can't test anything. I mean, you could, but you'd have to do it in Challenge Editor, which is just awful. Yeah, I mean, it's just obvious. Magic only. Again. Just, you're a little too big there, champ. Calm down a bit. Oh, you're still too big. Magic only. Who wakes up in the morning and says, man, I can't wait to play Magic Monkeys only on BTD6? I don't think anyone has ever uttered those words. This has to be... Like, it's just a bad game mode. Or it's not bad, but there's just... It's not enjoyable. I think D is... Yeah. That's an easy D. I can't think of any positives. Like, you could do challenges on some maps. That's why it's not F. Because it is different. I might see C, or like CD. But for now, that's just a D. I'll just do this again. Primary only. Is it alright to just clump all of these in the same tier? Magic is B at best? I feel like all the blank only are D or C. I can see an argument for these being here. But I think they're all on the same tier, and they're all C or D. Oh, well, we're not doing military, we're doing reverse. You can see military being C. What's the difference between all three of these modes? Magic, military, and primary. They're all just restricting. Like, at that point, the game mode doesn't matter. They're all just the same. Reverse is at least interesting. Like, I'll put reverse above these guys. And I'll also make it smaller. Okay, this music is a bit... I feel like it's a bit loud, right? Maybe we're good. Reverse is... I mean, it's okay in races. How often is reverse affecting your gameplay, though, in any other aspect of the game, other than races? Like, do bosses care about it? You don't do reverse chimps or reverse anything, right? Reverse... It feels gimmicky. Yeah, I'm feeling a strong C or D here. B. D, F. Military fun because all towers have full map range. Magic is most fun because I'm glad we have a lot of differing opinions on the fucking X-only modes. Reverse boss is cool. I think it has a small niche. I'm fine with C. I'd have to make a strong case for B. We're not talking about races. This is... Right, but we're talking about how it fits into the game, right? Like, you can have... A mode can be bolstered by how it affects with other events, right? Is it good in CT? Is it fun in races? Is it fun in bosses? Is it fun to, like, mash with other things in Challenge Editor? That sort of stuff. Okay. Jesus. This guy needs to tone down just a hair. No, you're still too big, son. Keep going. Ah, you're a little tiny, whatever. This is the tutorial. On the basis of it being a tutorial, I don't even think it does its job that well. You're in 10 rounds and you have 1 tower. And you basically learn to press play and place a hero down. I don't think that tells you anything useful. Tutorial S. We can't make this a meme list, though. This can't be a meme list. I don't even know why this is here. I just added it because someone said so. Tutorial is great. Alright. I'm not seeing this tutorial hype. I'm putting it, like, its job as a tutorial is, it doesn't do that well. It's not going in S. This is C. Honestly, I might put it F, but you guys like it so much, apparently. Side quest. I mean, this is pretty easy. This is F. No? Side quest. It's the quest system that they added. This shit. I don't even know where to find it. Oh, it's this guy. This is quests. Technically an event or a game mode, I think. So we gotta rank it. A? C. I don't think you guys have played this. The race was fun, but in a degenerate way, like, oh, let's get min time in the quest. On, like, the basis of it being, like, a pseudo-tutorial, I don't know how well it does its job. F. Yeah, I think I'm with F here. Unless they add, like, more things, then there's not a lot going for it. Feels very underbaked, undercooked. Ooh, we're getting to the big stuff already. I don't think there's much of a debate on this, right? This seems pretty cut in stone. Like, I think there's a couple things above chimps, but it has to be S. F. The problem with Quest is that it doesn't even tell you that the red button exists. Yeah, I brought that up to Tarn, how there should be an actual race tutorial. And quests don't even accomplish that. I don't think there's any argument that you can have chimps below S. If you're, like, on... not memeing, right? It's like the face of high-level, quote-unquote, BTD6. I still think there's flaws. There are unironically flaws with chimps. I think no selling and no income generation. Which, like, yeah, obviously dumb fuck, it's chimps, but, like, there are aspects of the game that selling and income make different and better that chimps does lack. But, obviously, it has to lack that because it's, yeah, like, I don't know what I'm saying. It lacks some stuff, but it's still S tier. Like, yeah, you can't argue it. Who is this? Impalpable. Eh. Impalpable is on an extreme, right? It's the prices are the most expensive in the game. No other mode has what Impalpable has, which is the prices. It's still an easy game mode if you're good, but it does have that extreme. Like, in a world where MK exists, Impalpable is the extreme. You can't get more than Impalpable. So for that alone, it has to be... It's definitely not F or D. F, B, D, B. S. Selling is ridiculously overpowered. Right, like that's why it wouldn't work in chimps. But if you control selling, I don't know how to say it. It makes it interesting. Like the fact that you can sell in races makes races fun and enjoyable. It makes the full send exist, which is the most pivotal part of a race is the full send. That's the only reason why races are fun, is because of the full send. So because of that, and the fact that selling makes that exist, that's where I'm coming from when I say selling is incredibly useful and interesting mechanic if put in the correct mode. Like in a regular game, selling is fucking busted and overpowered, but in maybe races and bosses, it's definitely, like, it makes them easier, but it also makes them way more fun and enjoyable. And it makes the modes actually work. I think B is fine. It's not, I mean, it's not flashy. It's still, you know, it's Impalpable. No one really cares about Impalpable that much. At least more than these. ABR. Jesus, why is this so big? Jesus. Okay. Does anyone even like ABR? SAC. Comparing races to chimps is a bit much. I think no selling makes chimps way more interesting. No, like, I agree that, selling makes chimps, and it's unique in that aspect. But saying that selling is... Well, I mean, selling is overpowered in almost every other aspect of the game. But not races and bosses. Yeah, chimps is more of a maybe like a chess match. I don't know, like with balloons, if that makes sense. Versus obviously more micro with other events that have selling. ABR, what are we thinking here? S, do you guys like ABR? I can't tell if this is like the troll vote or the actual like people think it's good vote. It's definitely not S, and I'm super hesitant to put it A. Yeah, ABR. It's A? It's unique. It has different rounds, which not many modes have, right? Like, none of these modes have different rounds. Technically, double HP has different... No, I wouldn't say that either, because it's just a health modifier. You're not actually modifying rounds. So it's unique in that aspect. I guess I can see B or A. And it is harder, right? You know. Fine. We'll do A. I don't like ABR because I'm forced to do it before Impop and Chimps. Yeah, the slog game modes that you go through to get to the actual ones you want to play. Well, nobody wants to play half cash. Speaking of half cash, we have half money. Thanks. Half money. Which I guess makes sense because this used to be half starting cash. Which, I don't know who greenlit that. What an awful, awful mode. Half cash, I don't know if this is a hot take, but... this might go A or S. I might put it S. I might put it S. I'm tempted. I'm super tempted. It's like mid-S A for me. None of you are knowledgeable enough about the game, okay, to VC. That's not true. It's boring. How does one think half cash is better? I knew this was gonna be... half cash is fun in race? Wow, I also don't agree with that. Here's why, okay. This is why half cash is... okay. Ready? MK is overpowered. Selling is overpowered in regular modes. What else is overpowered? I don't know, fucking everything. It's just overpowered when you're not in chimps, or in an event. So when you have a mode, like half cash, that you can utilize all the quirks and features of MK and of selling, and it's still kept in check. Like, it's the only mode in the game that having MK and selling is not like an instant you've just won. It's brain dead easy. You still have to actually kind of think. And you do different tech that you never do in any other aspect of the game. Like, you never see a 020 ninja in any other aspect of the game other than, like, half cash. Or, like, a 110 glue. Or, like, what else is some weird shit? I don't even know. Half cash people do some wild stuff. Because you have to, like, completely change how you play the game. The only game where open isn't the worst hero. I'm tempted to put it S. I might put it A. I'll sleep on this. Banks are OP and half cash. Double HP Moabs. This is a super boring mode. that hardly changes anything. And it's boring. SB. The modifier. What do you mean the modifier? The game mode. It's just boring. Oh, my mobs are double HP. Wow. Woohoo. Yeah, double HP. Oh, you got beat bomb. Get fucked. I think that's a pretty cut and dry one. I don't think people have strong opinions on that. This is hard. Just hard. Base hard. Nothing else. I mean, it's just boring. Staple, standard. We can't just put all standard as an A because they're standard. You don't log in and be like, wow, I can't wait to play hard. Just regular old hard. Oh boy. It's the staple of the game. Starts the journey. Standard game is boring? I'll vote. The standard game is just a repetitive grind fest. Imagine playing every map on hard, like over and over. 1, 2, 3 hard, standard. Skates, hard, standard. It's boring and repetitive. Like as a foundational like game, it's okay, but this concept has been a thing for what? Since BTD1 came out. Hard, easy, medium. Like the price gets increased. The balloons get faster. It's a very novel concept. Like, can't wait to spend 10K on races. Classic mode. CCB. So what's the consensus? AC. I think B is as high as it's going. And that's being generous. Medium. This one's gonna be pretty easy. Here's the problem with medium compared to hard and easy. People like extremes. So if you want to do something the cheapest or go the furthest in free play, you pick easy. If you want to do something the hardest with MK, you go impossible or hard. But medium is just there. It just exists and there's no use for it. It needs to be there because there needs to be a medium between an easy and a hard, but it effectively has no purpose in life. So I might even say F because I guess you have like balance around prices. Medium's entire purpose is prices are made to look good on medium. That's it. 1637, right. It has 0 relevance. I might even put it F tier. Oh! That's not what I meant to do. Can we lock you? Get locked, son. Oh. I might put it here. That just is nothing. Default prices and speeds, yeah. It's just irrelevant. Magic only should bump to B. Why are we still on? No. I mean, it's not offensive. I think F should be like offensive modes. I don't think medium is offensive. It's just bland. Military only. People are saying this is better than magic and primary, and I don't know if I'm agreeing with that. It's at least on D. Yeah, we'll get to F. We'll get to F. It's better than medium by proxy of it having slightly more of a challenge. It's probably better than all of these. But is it C tier? It's worse than Magic? God, I'm gonna be honest. All of this is the same. It's just restricting. I mean, I guess there's some subtle nuance with like, oh, I can't farm in primary only. Oh no. I think that the difference between these modes is so little that it's not worth getting in the weeds about and just putting it at D tier. We also have a lot of differing opinions. Did we finish the tier list? No, we're not even halfway through. Maybe? No, we're not even halfway through. Ninja Alk Super is more fun than subs and helis. See, I think some people would disagree though. I think that, listen, we'll go over it later. I think in general this is just, it's not good. Mode select easy. Oh, it's just easy. This might be a hot take, but I think easy has to go like up here. I think it has to be A. Because easy is the lowest you can go. Think about the game. Think about MK, easy, double cash, powers. Easy is the lowest low you can go. It's the most degenerate thing you can do, right? It's on the lowest level of extreme. And you can do things that you can't do in any other mode in easy, right? I think for that reason alone, it has to be A. On a purely, like, what the game mode is basis, it's not great, because it's super easy. But it's because of it being super easy that it then catapults, like, it shotguns itself all the way around, back up to A. I don't think you can put it S, because it's still pretty boring. Like, you can do a lot of stuff in easy, but the fundamental game mode, there's still restrictions. There's not, like, the rounds aren't changed. There's not, like, a different game mode or thing attached to it, right? It's pretty basic. I think A is fine. When you do anything creative, you go easy. Oh, God. I mean, I don't even have to say anything about this one. Oh, what an awful, just awful. I want to put it down here. Who designed this mode? It's not fun to play in. It takes a long time. You have to do weird gimmicky shit to it, and it doesn't even give you anything after. Oh, here's $10, champ. Have fun. Like... Oh... It's just criminal, yeah. And it's not organic, right? We can, I mean, we'll do monkey teams later, but at least with monkey teams, it's somewhat organic. This is, you have to go out of your way, and it's still awful. So, I mean, that's just, yeah. I don't think I've seen a golden balloon in this game since like 3 years ago, since it first came out. Because I got the achievement and I pieced out because, holy shit, what a nightmare. Bug to appear in chimps and would sometimes actually make you die. Yeah, like it actively hurts you. Sometimes. You don't even want to, like, that's the thing with monkey teams. It's organic. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. It just disappears. Or golden balloon, that shit comes in and takes 5 seconds off your life. You watch it go past your defense, and they target it. It came out 3 years ago? Golden Balloon came out. It must have been a long-ass time ago. I can look it up. My entire perception of time is screwed up, though, because of COVID. I think things are like, things that happened yesterday actually happened pre-COVID. Or things that I thought happened pre-COVID happened during COVID. Like, I couldn't tell you when any of my first races attempts were. I would have absolutely no idea. Because everything with COVID is just a blur to me. Yeah, I have no idea when this came out. Update 24.0. Yeah, I don't know when that is, so GG. Okay. Daily challenge. This is a, I mean, this is a classic, right? It's just a classic. Like, pretty sure this is the first event that was added in the game. This might have been a day 1 event, I don't remember. No, it wasn't, I don't think. It was a update like 2 or 3, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm crazy. Or maybe that was the advanced challenge. I don't know. I don't remember. Ava probably does. But this is including both the advanced and the daily. And I guess the co-op, because the wiki is useless and it doesn't have images. Advance was 3. Got it. I mean, it's pretty inoffensive. It's a daily challenge. I don't know. For a quick, like... For a quick thing... I don't know. D, C, B... It's too boring. I mean, if we're clumping this together with advanced and daily and co-op, the daily is definitely boring. Advanced sometimes can be okay. Quick round 80 with subs only. I think C tier is fine. It's not offensive, but it's just kind of there. Challenge editor. Or I should say this is the challenge browser. This isn't challenge editor. I couldn't get the icon, so I had to settle with this. Obviously, if this was challenge editor, this would be here. But this is actually browsing challenges and playing them. Yeah, I don't even know. BSFD. Thank you for naming every letter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
There's a lot of garbage on the challenge editor, I'm gonna be honest. How do I even get here? View browser.
22 o'clock equals E12.
Don't play this. There's a lot of garbage on here, which makes me want to rank it lower. B. Challenges are fun. Right, but you have to sift through all of this. Like, there are good challenges, but the majority are probably not great. I think C or B. I'm actually... I don't know. I guess casuals would really like challenge editor? I don't know. Streamers like it, casuals like it. It's just boring. You have to sift through a lot to find the actual gems, so I think C is fine. Oh god. this A-pop. This has to be low. Instant A. Although I don't know about that one. This mode sucks. Who is excited to play A-pop? We can't always do that. You guys are getting overruled on this one, 100%. Me sometimes. It's a mini race? I don't spend 10 days on the rounds 1 through 5. The problem is it just doesn't have pacing. Pacing is so weird because you can't have rounds. Obviously, there's no end of round. And you have to have early game be super, super long and tedious. And then instantly, like, 5 rounds comes out at, like, 60 plus. The flow is just so awful. Yeah, it's definitely not generic, but just because it's different doesn't mean it's better, right? There are end of rounds. I meant, you know what I meant. Cash. Someone played A-pop race and race mod, and by the time they finished round 1 through 40, it spawned up to round 140. You guys are tripping if you think it's better than C. We're about to put A-pop in C tier, that's what I'm hearing? C or B tier? It's random and exciting. This might have to be an overrule on the general consensus. I'll compromise with C, but that's about as far as I'm going. Co-op. This was not the actual co-op image, but again, the wiki does not have it, so this is the best you're getting. It's just down here. It's down here. If co-op was not laggy, never crashed, then we're moving it up here. But it's slow, tedious, and if you're memeing, it's fun. Like, being able to meme, we're up here. It saves it a bit on the meme value. But as like a fundamental game mode value, there's not like cool tech. Like, you don't go into a co-op game and you're like, alright, let's do all this cool tech we can do now that we're in co-op. It's just, oh, now we're in co-op. Like, yeah, casuals love it. If you go to Twitch right now, actually, let's do an experiment. If you go to Twitch, I bet 95% of the people that are streaming this game are doing it on like a fucking impossible co-op run. Let's see. Let's see here. Where is this game mode? BTD6. Let's see what we have. Boss, not boss, not co-op. Alright, well, I've been proven wrong. Nobody's playing co-op. There is a co-op that I love to see. The majority of people that stream this game on Twitch are probably doing co-op or bosses. It's a casual dream. Co-op bosses, true. Combine both of them. What an even better game mode. Holy. Yeah, I would show the screen, but it's... Here we go. This is every Twitch stream ever that plays BTD6. It's just looking at a bunch of farms, some dudes in co-op, and half the time it's not English. This is the content that I came for.
Vou esperar
One man
80
chat.
compagam, se não me engano. Na senha, não espaço é garantido.
Is this boss?
Daí nós
Oh, it is
farmamos
boss.
pra outro pago,
Co-op
beleza.
bosses, there you go. Yeah, I think D tier is fair. How many more modes? This many. Speaking of modes, deflation. Let me deflate this size real quick. Deflate it down to here. I think you can make an argument that it's D. But it might be F. Error? YouTube is not... Yo, was my shit lagging? You mean you're not maintaining smooth streaming? I have dropped frames? I have 0 dropped frames. Oh, I do have dropped frames. 0.1%. That's fine. Wait, people don't like deflation. The problem is that it's... Again, you're not doing a whole lot of tech. Like, there's not a whole lot of interesting things going on. It's unique in the fact that, oh yeah, you start at round 30. But, like, where does that come into play? Oh, my hero levels up slower. Or it has, like, a lower starting level. Yeah. The only thing I can see being useful for deflation is... You want to go, like, a challenge mode it. Go, least cash or longest round, right? I don't know. Those are the only two things. I guess for that alone, it might be D. Grind monkey money. B tier. You guys like deflation? Grind MM. I'm just going poppable for that though. I guess if you're lazy, you go deflation. I'm content with keeping it D. I don't think there's a whole lot of value that we're missing when we're not doing deflation. Are you vet level 70 when you hate every game? Listen, most of this game is boring to me, I'll be honest. There's a reason I basically only play races. I'll 100% the game, but that's it. I was okay with chimps, but I just don't have time to do shit like that anymore. Most of these levels are just grinding monkey money anyways. Most of, like, this entire level 70, I think I had level 50 or 55, like 3 years ago when vets first came out. Or not when they first came out, but all of these is basically 2 years ago. I've hardly gained any since. Collection event. Again, only useful part of the collection event is 100%ing the game. And it takes so long to do it, because NK loves to make you grind for shit, that it's just not good. I don't know. It's D or F. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing. F is reserved for, like, things that are criminally offensive. I don't think collection event is criminally offensive. I think it's just, you know, it's just there. It just exists, right? I actually wonder, is there any other Fs that we have? I don't think there is. I might be fine with putting one of deflation and collection in F. Even though I just said it's not criminally offensive. And some monkeys have a use for highest round deflation. Collection of it gives you a reward unlike golden. Yeah, at least it gives you something. I'm super tempted to put deflation F. Challenge editors F, collection F. We'll play around with this. These are like half and half for me. And maybe, I mean, yeah, I hate co-op, but it's not that criminally offensive. Dreadbloon. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you. I don't know the most about bosses. I know a decent amount, but in terms of ranking the bosses between themselves, like, I'll rank bosses as a whole. That's easy for me to do. Ranking individual bosses, though, I don't play enough to know who hates what the most. So, this is just... Collection event devalues the tier 5 events you get from the other events. Wait, that's actually true. You're, what, 20 050 helis? Boss is worse than Golden Balloon? Alright, we can't... Listen, I don't, like, endorse bosses, but they're definitely better than everything in D and C. I think if we had to put bosses as just bosses as a whole, I think they'd go up here. In S or A. Nah, they wouldn't go in S. They go in A. Because, like I said before, I think in yesterday, or not yesterday, last week's stream, was farming only matters in one game mode. With an asterisk. And that's bosses. The entire economy of the game doesn't matter in any mode except for bosses. So there's that entire tech tree that you use is basically only being applied in bosses. And for that reason alone, like, on top of the other tech that you use that you never use in any other part of the game, I think tier 1 through 3 bosses are the most enjoyable. Tier 4 and 5 have a myriad of issues, including lag, and it doesn't scale well with the game, and paragons being in the game. So tier 4 and tier 5 aside, tier 1 through 3 are actually not terrible. Like, if you had to play a CT tile that was just a boss, that's 2 tiers with interesting restrictions, like, there's a wide variety of things you can do, right? You can go super low. There's different strats you can do. Yeah, bosses as a whole are flawed, but they have the potential to be better than they are. And they're at least A. But if we're going on individual bosses, I just have no idea. I don't know. Dread, Vortex, Lich, Bloonarius. Honestly, I might just use one boss and just represent this as all bosses, because I can't be asked to try and rate each one individually. I think A is fair. So if we're not using these can go down. Dread, Blue, and Vortex, Lich. This is where we get to the spicy things. These are the actual, basically, game modes of the game, right? Odyssey. Odyssey. It's just boring. Again, the classic, nobody wakes up and is like, damn, I can't wait to play Odyssey today. Woohoo. Get my 2 trophies. It's basically just a trophy farm. Effectively, it's just a trophy farm. You don't enjoy playing Odysseys, you just play it because there are rewards, right? F? I don't think it's F. I think it's probably... It's not offensive. You still get stuff in there. I wanted to put an A. I just randomly... I don't know. It's not A. It's 50 trophies. Furry Blade moment. I think C is fine. It has... Like, Extreme Odyssey is... different. It's better than nothing. But it's definitely not above C. I mean, it's a basic event, right? It's not supposed to be the super in-depth shit. Out of all the events in the game, it's definitely one with the least tech. You can do a couple challenges on it, like, oh, let's do LTC, or least towers Odyssey, LTO. So, if you're trying to challenge it, it's a bit fun, but other than that, it's... there's not much going on. Monkey teams. Yoink. You need to be lower. Enjoys anything? True. I don't think people really enjoy this game. They just play it, you know? Alright, so Monkey Teams and Golden Balloon are kind of the same thing, but Monkey Teams is infinitely better than Golden Balloon, even though it doesn't actually do much. It's so inoffensive and natural that it's alright. It's actually alright. It's just, it's out of your way, you don't have to do it, but if you're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna play sub farm SPAC to just, you know, get a little extra money, challenge myself on a mode, like, yeah, why not, dog? Fuck it. Honestly, it's not A. It's not S, rather. You do have to factor in that the rewards suck. The rewards do suck. But it's not that much of an effort to do it in the first place. Monkey Teams is fun if I can choose which towers to use as a challenge. SS. Chat's dead because this isn't races. Only people care about race content. Well, what if I... Well, we'll get to this, though. Once I show this on screen, instant fucking 20 people, right? Oh, where are you ranking races? I wonder. That's a real head-scratcher there. What were we on? Monkey Teams. Yeah, it's a very organic and... It's basically like... What is that? What is that index challenge? Least, monkey tiers. Or not least monkey tier. Least, whatever the fuck, right? Someone will say it. There's some index sweat. But it's very organic, it's very fluid, it's fun to do. It doesn't reward much, which is its only knock. But it's perfectly fine. It's just good. FTTC. That's the one. Yeah, FTTC is actually a... If we had to rank index challenges, that would be probably near the top. I might do that too, index tier list. Get people mad. But FTTC is near the top of actually good index challenges. By far. So, obviously it doesn't translate one-to-one on Monkey Teams, but fuck it, do Monkey Teams on chimps, right? Challenge yourself. Now we have the actual heavy hitters here. The two biggest heavy hitters left, just by chance. Contested territory. I could talk for a long time about CT, but nobody probably gives a shit, so I'll make it short. Oh, CT could have been so good, man. It could have been so good, and instead it's just so not good. It's not awful, but it's just mediocre. When you have a foundation and you don't build on it properly, it's just wasted. It's just wasted. I might have to pull out paint for this one. Here's the problem with CT. I know I have GIMP open and I just opened an inferior program, but I mean, it's paint, right? It's a classic. This is why CT is... There's a couple things that make CT bad, okay? Number one is the structure on the leaderboard, how the leaderboard system works. So let's see here. Where was I? Right. CT. Couple things. Number one, the leaderboard system. Leaderboard system. So in a regular game of anything, you're kind of put into tiers, right? You're put into tiers. Diamond, gold, silver, bronze, fucking charcoal, whatever, right? There's a tiered system here. In every game that has some sort of like leaderboard. Now, obviously races is different, but it's races, okay. But this needs this. This needs something. Because the problem is that you match with... There's no matchmaking. You match with people that are garbage. I mean, technically there is matchmaking, but it's not great. So you're in CT, right? This is a 4-player CT. You are essentially competing against... You're not competing against other people on your CT tiles. You're competing against the leaderboard. You're competing against this. So instead of actually going into the game mode and optimizing everything, the entire game mode revolves around getting a lobby that's dead and then optimizing, taking tiles as efficiently as possible instead of optimizing the actual tiles themselves and beating people on the CT. That's the entire reason why CT is a flawed game mode, or how it's set up right now is flawed. It's just how the leaderboard system works. Like, you could get into a hypothetical situation where all six of the teams are good and you actually battle it out and just like don't care about the leaderboard and just see who gets the top local. That's hypothetically how it should be. But the global leaderboard doesn't reflect that. The local leaderboard does, but even the local leaderboard is easy to manipulate because you get into a CT with 5 awful teams and you instantly get first. So the medals don't really matter because there's no weight to them. The leaderboard system is all fucked. You don't actually play the game. You're playing like a weird mutated version of what CT was supposed to be, right? NK did not envision this as like the CT that they wanted, but they obviously can't see in the future, and they designed it somewhat poorly, so this is what happens. It just becomes a flawed game mode. And then what happens is you have people going around that are like, oh yeah, I got CT Global 24, like, I'm kind of a big deal. Oh yeah, I was on that team that got first that one time. Oh, I'm kind of a big deal, you know, let's flex a bit, right? Pro CT player, like, shut the fuck up, you're not pro anything. What? Nothing's going on in this game mode. What? There's, like, people that play CT, like, competitively are, like, people that found races and bosses too difficult And they played like one index challenge like a year ago, and they're like, fuck it, man, this is my shot, this is my time. Let's go. Yeah. So, like, it's just everything about it is just awful. I don't know. It's kind of fun to mess around sometimes, like... Unironically, it's good practice to go in and race on some of the regular race tiles. Just to see, you know... how to do stuff. It's just good practice, right? If you're racing, and you want to get better at racing, maybe you're like top 50%, 75, fuck, even like top 1%. And even I will do this sometimes. Just go into CT on a random team, join a random team, and play races with full MK, right? Don't play the banners, just play the races with full MK, no relics, and just see how low you can get, right? Just practice. Because there's a bunch of different things, there's a bunch of different maps, different environments that you're in. And it's, I mean, it's kind of chill, right? Just, you don't have to do it alone, right? Chill with some people, but it's good practice. You compete against your own team. Yeah, it's just, it could have been so good, right? It's basically like the index kind of merged with CT, right? Because before there wasn't like index specific things in the game that you would do. They added achievements, but you know, now people that have practiced like LCC, LTC are like, oh, look at there's kind of a thing in the game that reflects sort of index challenges, but they implemented it somewhat poorly. Obviously. So that's my rant on CT. So in terms of where I'm actually placing it, it still has its merits. Like, it's still technically playable, but I think it's worse than bosses for me. It might be, I mean, it's better than Odyssey, let's be real. I'd still rather play this than like any other shit in the game, like all down here, but yeah. Okay, and then finally, the classic, El Clasico. You have races. I'm gonna try to be unbiased here, as much as I can be. Because there are still issues with races that I'll maybe get into. Races aren't a perfect game mode by any means. But, even with that considered, it's definitely S tier. And I might put it above Sandbox. And I might put it above Chimps. I'm trying to like be super unbiased here if I want to put it above Chimps. I might be a super homer, but I might have to put it above Chimps. I know, real fucking shocker, right? But because there are definitely issues with races, for sure. It's not like a fucking perfect game mode. There are aspects of Chimps that are just better. And there could definitely be a lot of improvements with how races are currently. I mean, there could be, I mean, let me just give you an idea of what could be different, right? So here's a thing that I made up. These are basically all the issues with races and how to fix them. Or not necessarily issues, but just enhancements, right? And there's a lot, obviously. Selectable hero, more rounds, restriction variety, harder maps, bonus objectives, more modifiers, pre-placed towers, separating towers from all track entities. You upgrade screen GUI being moved, being able to actually see stuff when you go into a race, toggling the pop-ups that go up, Having hotkeys for more things, showing stats for more things, bunch of like casual like improvements. So there's like a bunch of stuff that you can fix with races. But even as it stands now, they're very unique. They're very unique. There's not a mode like it in BTD6. Bosses have a timer, but they're not the same at all. Races is basically a speed run. So if you like speedrunning anything, then obviously races is for you, right? A lot of the other aspects of this game are very like chess oriented, I guess you could say. Which is, I mean, it's not really. How do I describe it? I mean, it's a tower defense game, right? Like, you put stuff down, and then you expect the next wave to come out. And that applies for basically every mode in the game. Chimps, ABR, like, even bosses, everything. Obviously, stuff has different modifiers and modes and health and whatever the fuck, right? But I love speedrunning in my tower defense game. True. But I do really think that races work super well in this game. I think it's pretty lucky that NK made a mode that was as good as races when it first came out. Like, imagine if they started with Odyssey first or something, right? Or any of this other garbage, Golden Balloon, CT teams. The fact that they did races so early, and they did it so well, is actually impressive to me. That they managed to do that. Obviously, there were some issues early on, but in general, the core concept of races, they've gotten right from day one. And it's... What is this music? Dwarf Fortress. I don't think so. Where was I? Yeah, so they got the concept right basically immediately. And I mean, they nailed it. It's very dynamic. It's dynamic. It has aspects of the tower defense. It has aspects of the rest of the game, right? It has the towers, it has the variety, it has the diversity. But it also has that speedrunning aspect where micro is super important. Quick second thinking is important. You're not following a script every time. You can be very dynamic with how you play. You're rewarded for going faster. You're rewarded for better strats. You're rewarded in a lot of aspects, right? And game knowledge is super important as well. It's just everything about the game translates to races. Game knowledge, micro, knowing strats, knowing how towers interact with each other. Knowing MK, knowing selling. It all just comes together for something so beautiful. And another big one that I've talked about before is the full send. If there isn't a full send in races, this game mode would be like down here. It'd still be okay, but having a full send where you're sending from like a low round, let's say 39, 45, or 49, all the way up to usually 78, right? Being able to do things in the game that make that possible, that you can survive that, is fun. And it's interesting seeing just, like, all of this shit coming at you, right? And you're able to defend that. You're able to defend that full send. Seeing that, being able to do that, having the knowledge to do that, just feels so good. And the fact that this is in the game makes races races. If there was no selling in races and all the rounds were like the same length or something, and you would go from like round 39 to 45, and then 49, and then 55, and then 58, and then 62, and then 69, and then 72, and then 74, and then 78, like chronologically, right, with like a 5 to 10 seconds gap between each one, that would just be boring. That's not fun. You can do it. It's probably an okay race, but that being like the core concept in every race would be awful. It would not be fun. Also, race is good because it's for over 2 years the only thing in the game with the leaderboard. Yeah, that's another thing. And the leaderboard in this game, or sorry, this game mode, is just, it's 10 times better than boss and CT. Because it's simple. Keep it simple, stupid, okay? Keep it simple. There's no garbage with this, right? This is all just garbage. There's no garbage where you have to have 25 different modes with elite, normal, and like 25 players. It's just simple. It's one leaderboard, one medal per race once a week. No co-op, no weird ranking system. It just works. And that's why races are S tier. Now, I can see an argument for indexers in here to put chimps over it. Because chimps is kind of the de facto, how do I say it, best, most challenging upper echelon mode in the game. Right? And I agree with that. There are things that chimps does that races don't, that make chimps good. But I think overall, just in my enjoyment of playing the game, I'll enjoy watching chimps runs and somewhat optimizing and playing chimps, at least back in the day. But man, just playing races is just more enjoyable to do and to optimize and to look at what other people did in strats. I think another reason is there is that leaderboard in the game, so it's very easy to compare and get data from that. Whereas with chimps, it's very decentralized. Obviously, there's the index, but there's not like a leaderboard, right, that tracks chimps completions on certain maps, right? I don't know. It doesn't necessarily need that, but there being a leaderboard for races that's very easy and clear and concise helps it out a lot. But I obviously still respect chimps a lot. I know, like, chimps players and race players, like, maybe, like, hate each other. I don't know. I feel like a lot of chimps players absolutely despise races. And a lot of race players don't even know, like, what half of the game is. And they've never played chimps, so I can get kind of where the disconnect is coming from. But both of them are basically what the best the game has to offer are these two modes. If you're playing this game, I'd highly recommend playing one of these two modes, okay? Or at least putting your time into one of these two if you're going to play this game, like, semi... I don't want to say competitively because that sounds degenerate, but, you know, like, you want to put some time into this game because you like it. I'd suggest these two. And then maybe a couple hours in, you know, your third favorite mode, Sandbox. Chimps is like beating a map in El Clasico style. Yes. How is Odyssey C? What do you mean? Is it too low or too high for you? Race just tests how fast you can click things. Chimps is actually BTD6. True. You get a lot of those comments. From, I think Locke is one of my favorite that says that. He is, what does he say? Click spammers? He doesn't like click spamming. Doesn't think races are real. We're going to rank map editor mode? I don't know what that means. Map editor mode. Oh. That's like a different thing. That's like challenge editor. I wouldn't... No, that's like a different thing. Odyssey is just so boring. I mean, it's in C. It's not high up. Odyssey isn't offensive, right? That's why it's C. If you're F, you're offensive. I guess we could revisit some things, right? The If any one thing here could be F tier, what would we have? I think a lot of people said, I don't even remember what people were saying that was F. I think maybe collection or deflation, but I don't click spam to get yeah, toosts in races. Races and bosses have the most game knowledge? I mean, Chimps has a lot of game knowledge too. But there is a lot you're limited by in Chimps where, like, MK is overpowered, but MK does bring a decent amount of, like, new stuff. And same with selling. But, yeah. Reverse F, Magic B. I love we're still on this Magic train. Collection event higher. Reverse. Challenge browser. What about challenge browser? F tier? I'm pretty happy with S tier. I'm okay with A tier. I might be overrating half cash a bit. Because it's somewhat tedious to play. I'd probably do this. B tier. I'm okay with. C tier. I don't like this fucking tutorial monkey here, but I got overruled on that one. Boss of Susura has the most free time? Yeah, that's another thing. It's, like, I have stuff to do, man. I don't want to fucking sit in this game for 7 hours every day. The thing about races that's nice is, if you have game knowledge and micro, getting top 50 is not that hard, right? You can look at a race, get top 50 in 20 minutes, and you're good, right? Boom. Or like 25 minutes, right? So, your skill in the game and your knowledge about races translates to not only do you get faster times, but you get those times faster, right? It compounds. So if you don't want to like no life the game, races are nice because the better you get, the less time you have to spend on it. Which is, yeah. You can get boss top 50s in 30 minutes? I don't know about that one. I can see it not taking that long, but... Why is heart so high? It's literally a random unloved game mode. Well, see, that's what I said, but apparently people here think it's the fucking, like, staple de facto, like, classico game mode, so... If I had my way, I think it'd probably be C. I got co-op boss top 10. Well, that's co-op. That's just dead. That's actually the deadest game mode in the game, is co-op bosses, like 4 or 2-player elite. I think in general this tier list is fine. I'm happy to stamp my name, my approval on this. But you could definitely go either way on a couple things. What is crawling on my leg? An ant. Thanks. Let's save this as something, huh? Or export? Can I crop this actually? Hold on. Image, canvas size. Nope. Fucking whatever, dog. Just save it. Just save it. I don't care. Tier list. Thank you. I got ants on your leg. Sometimes there's an ant that gets in the house, and crawls around. Problem is everyone is ranking on a different basis. Swap Boss's top 3 is as much of a flex as top 25 in CT. Yeah, that's the problem. The medals are so diluted. Like, getting top 1 is legitimately interesting in one-player elite or normal. But in everything else, it's like, you can't tell. I can't tell if all of YTSE's medals are single-player or co-op. Obviously, I know they are all are one-player, right? But looking at a random profile, you can't tell. So, yeah. That's, those are the issues. BTD6 YouTubers tier list. Alright. LB tier list? LB. Leaderboard? What's the stream time? What do we got? 3 hours? I could stretch out a little more content, eh? If there's more than fucking 2 people watching. Yeah, there's some people here. I don't know what. I mean, I could do like I could do a race tier list. Something quick. Racer tier list. Someone said earlier doing a starting tower tier list. But I don't know if that's too boring. Race leaderboard, mini race leaderboard, boss leaderboard. Right. Race tier list. Race map tier list. The problem is that all that takes time to set up. Like, I'd have to think about all that. I need something quick. Starting tower tier list? I mean, I could do something like this. With, not this. Could just take the Rohan template and then base these off of tier 1 towers or like tier 0 towers. Because I could easily talk about that. That's easy. Tier 0, 1, and 2 towers and races are super easy to talk about because there's not a whole lot going on. There's really not a whole lot of fucking high-powered stuff that we're using. Starting towers unflooded. YouTube tier list. YouTube tier list. Best overall BTD6 YouTubers. Right, I don't know half of these people. Actually, I do. Who is this? Who is Never Miss Ace? This is Toby Mop. I don't know who Never Miss Ace is. I don't know why I have them in A. Isab Doubloon, Ethan, Soul, KK, SJB, Titan. The dude that makes Sunday, Jerome. I don't know who this is. Phoenix. I don't know who this is. Aliens Rock. Tuity. I feel like I know who this is, but I don't know. MC Lorty. Huh? I have no idea who that is. Trippy Pepper, right. I don't know who this defeat screen is. Is that who this is? The ace? Yeah, this is my rankings. GG. I might have to do Doubloon dirty here. I mean, he's not that offensive content. Ethan just does like daily challenge uploads. Yeah, this is probably it. Why Phoenix F? Even if I had absolutely zero beef with Phoenix, he'd probably still be here because his channel is just like not good. It's just weird, like medium Odyssey and daily challenge, or not daily challenge, like race, top 50 race. Yeah, this is it. What are my opinions on pause penalty? I'm the father of pause penalty. I think it's perfect. I love it. Pausing was absolutely awful. Just look at one of my old videos and you'll see like how bad it was. I mean, I can look it up. I'll dox myself. What's the worst pausing video I ever did? Probably community race. How was pretty bad. Shouldn't have was pretty bad. Wiggling and wobbling was pretty bad. This was legitimately just pause after pause. The start of this race I memorized pretty well. Literally zero pausing. Dude, look at this fucking micro. It's at 2 speed, that's why. And then after this 49 cent, it's legitimately pause every second. Like, yeah, this is enjoyable to watch, I bet. It sucks that this is the only Bloody Puddle race that was uploaded. Like, Rise didn't upload and Tutor didn't upload. Like, I'm still, like, microing okay, but I'm definitely getting help by the pausing here. Hopefully no upload in 2 months. Toby was a pioneer. Okay, he can be S tier, regardless if he doesn't upload anymore ever. Yeah, the shoots race was pretty bad. Skibimi Workshop one, yeah. Watch one of those min time races. Min time races. By who? I don't think I have any of my min time races uploaded. Was there pausing in this? No, there wasn't. No, I don't think I have any like that. It was This one? Yeah, me and Skibim were very habitual pausers. Which was not amazing. So this is the reason why this is no longer in the game. Which is a very good thing. Someone should go through and make a pause counter on every race and see who had the most pauses. This one's up there. Unlucky male spin. What does that even mean, Rise? Tyler said 58. Yep. I actually remember mine that was really bad was you snooze, you lose. I paused like 25 times just to put down an ice. Like the start here is pretty good. This ice right here. Just every action, pause. Every action, pause. Oh, let's get the timing down. Wait for it. Wait for it. One day we'll play the game. Almost. Oh, there we go. Jesus, man. Still pausing. When will it end? That's super lucky I didn't die to this. Just fucking 6k on hand, doing nothing with it. Classic. And the pausing stops. Oh fuck, I had notes over here I didn't even look at. I basically went over everything I wanted to. For some reason I have written down why the handler sucks. Man, I really hate Beast Handler. Why did I put this in here? This race had nothing to do with Beast Handler. Solver was disgusting. Clean sucks for first and second, but not third. Can you analyze race 128 top 1? I'll do that eventually. Eventually. Well, I could do a quickie tier list. Maybe a quickie. Because I don't think there's anything else I have to say about the race. Nothing more I have to say about the other tier list. And I can't remember why I put down the note that Beast Handler sucks. So I'm not going down that road again. Did you top one that one? Yeah, that was the one I just watched. Oh wait, it wasn't the one I topped. Wait, what is 128? I have no idea what 128 is. Is that one? No, it wouldn't be. Dr. Monkey was 127. I have no idea what 128 is. Slice and Dice. Oh, I remember that one. This would be a fun one to go over when I get to it. Because this race, this is omega scuffed. People see this, and like, this is kind of a meme, but this is like, I shouldn't have been doing this. I should not have been in the position to need to do this. This is just me being bad at the game. Like, this never works. You shouldn't be doing this ever. This is very bad race practice. Fucking hoping. Because the thing, I was doing this multiple times. I was attempting to just shinobi distract this entire fucking Moab like all the time. This was my strat. Because I just grinded down something that wasn't actually that good. And it just happened to work out. Like, this is the luckiest run I've ever completed in any race. This should not have happened or worked at all. And this is pretty bad race practice on my part to like keep trying this. Clearly dog shit strat. Or like this part of it, right? And I don't even think I played around with the U-jug spot enough. Because I think there was angles you could get that sniped this back area. And made it so that this Moab wasn't an issue. But we'll review that in due time, I guess. $128 is Salo's first top 3. Okay. Classic. F1 on the Bazaar race. Yeah, I remember that one too. I paused a bunch on that one as well. Me, F1, and Skibimi, I think were like the big pausers. Trying to think if there was anyone else. I don't think Schwax paused that much. Paused a little bit, but definitely not as much. Where is... There it is. Yeah... I don't know how hard it would be to get the images of just tier 1 and 2 towers. And put them in a tier list. I'd probably be... take a super long amount of time and be super scuffed. So I might just say fuck it and use this list because it's already formatted properly and looks okay. Relatively speaking, because even though it's hard to see that it represents tier 1 and tier 2, I mean, you can get an idea. Whoops. Schwax on shoots. Analyze 178 second place. 201st. In due time, in due time. Alright, fuck it. Let's do, let's just do a quickie before I go. Fuck, stop opening that. Should it be tier 0, 1, and 2 together? Or tier 0, tier 1, and tier 2 separate? Because I'm going to be honest, there's not a lot of separation between these towers. Like tier 5, tier 4, tier 3, that makes sense for it to be separated lists. But tier 2 and under, I don't know if it makes any sense at all. One at a time. Ranking the best tier Z. Are they even called tier 0? Towers. In BTD6. Okay. Tier 0 towers. This is gonna be super quick. Fuck, you can't even do it here though. Because they're not individual towers. They're all separated by tiers. So I think you have to start with tier 1. Because there's nothing here represents. Wait, hold on. I wonder if there's base towers. Let's check. Loons, TD6. Towers. Can we get one that actually has the beast handler in it? So I can rail on it. Okay. Surely. Oh yeah, thank God we have Farmer and Cave Monkey in this one. That's good. Not what I was looking for. Just give me something, man. Okay. This is fine. Whatever. Wait, this doesn't even have all of them. Does it? We're missing... Who uploads these? Why is there not one singular good list? It's just scuffed. It's just all scuffed. Okay, this at least has everything. Fuck it, we're using this one. Okay. We're gonna kind of speedrun this, so it's not too boring. Alk. Actually good, because it's a base tower. And it does damage over time. Underrated, kind of, for starting. We've used it once or twice in a race before, because we had nothing else. Farm. Put that shit up S. SS. Okay, this might even go here. Farm, pretty self-explanatory. Base farm, no matter what part of the game, other than the past, or the last 10 seconds of a race, is useful. Okay? Like, yeah, base farm isn't even in the same universe as any of these other towers. It's SSS. Bomb. Better than a lot of things. Still not great. It has pierce, kind of, but very small explosion range, and it's hard to micro properly to where you want it to hit. But again, versus everything else, it's not the worst you can do. Boomer. Boomer is pretty bad. Once you get to tier 1 and tier 2, we kind of start getting pierce, but tier 0, there's nothing happening. Dartling is actually F tier. It has no pierce. It actually has no pierce. It has 1 pierce, right? It's awful. Dart. No pierce. Tier 0 dart. Well, hold on. If we're doing this in the context of MK, we get a free dart, so like, it's kind of S, but also it's just not good. Free dart aside. Dart has good cleanup? I guess if you're putting any tower down, it would be sub and dart. I can see a world where D is fire then. Druid. It's just the same as Boomer. It has no pierce. Glue. Glue that you get that's free. Aside. Pink popping power insta-kill. Nah. It's just F. It's just so bad. NG. These just all suck because I never would think about using any of these. If you're actually trying to discern between each one, maybe? NG really needs tier 1 to start being good though. With those oversized nails. Engineer D. I might move these guys up to D later, we'll see. Ellie. It's super expensive. And it doesn't do anything. Maybe quad darts moves it up, but base is garbage. Ice, finally! A good tower. It kind of got nerfed. It has a lot less pierce relative to how much I had before, but when we're talking tier 0 towers, doesn't get much better. Probably A. Ace. S. Even without Pineapple, I think it's clearly the best starting tower. Out of everything. Is it on the same level as Farm, though? I might do that, because Farm is actually just in the world of its own. Ice is B, not A. Yeah, I'll move stuff down. Ace is S? I don't know, Pineapple really makes Ace. Like, the darts are good, but I don't think they compare to Farm good. Boat. Base boat without grape shots. On last, not terrible pierce. We get the 10% attack speed. It's definitely not on ice tier. Boat B on last? I don't know if it's B. Sub. Sub has the very small niche of being like a cleanup tower that you put down for super cheap and then immediately sell once you get 5 end of rounds. So I'll put it in the D category of we use this to pop 2 balloons at the end. Village is just an explanation needed. Mortar. Mortar is better than ice now. Definitely not on ace level though. I'd say this is fair. You went 0, 0, 0. This is literally tier 0. Like, absolutely no upgrades. Which is pretty impractical to rate, but it's kind of just a fun thing to do. Mortar A. I don't know if I can put Mortar on the same tier as Ace. Ninja is useless. I don't even want to put it here for, like, the camo niche, because it just doesn't do anything to anything. D if ABR, maybe. Sniper. Oh, this one's tough. Technically, this should be here because it has the stun tech of MK. I think it's up here. It might even be higher. Because of right. There we go. Ceramic shock. What a cool tech that hardly gets used in races because it is kind of niche. And there's not a whole lot of scenarios where we use it. But yeah, you send 46 out, boom, place it down, don't hit the Moab. Somehow. And it does something. Compared to everything else, I think it has to at least be C. Only 0, 0, 0 that can perfect clean. Spact is just garbage. You can make an argument for I want to pop 24 and 33, but you should just never be doing that. Super is just absolutely awful. Wizard. It doesn't get good until Fireball, kind of, so... Tack is usable. Is it, though? Tack really does not have a lot of pierce on base. I definitely agree it's still C. Beast Handler is just fucking... Just give me a whole new row. There we go. That's your rankings. Beast F, yeah, it's just not good. Okay, now we get to the actual interesting stuff. Tier 1, we'll speed through Tier 1. This might be the last I do, okay? Tier 1. It's gonna be kind of hard to follow, because it looks like, oh, I'm ranking Tier 5s. But trust when I say... Trust when I say... It's Tier 1. Okay, let's just blow through these. Bottom Path Ace. This is more Pierce. Technically this has been used, like comboing Pineapple with the bottom cross path instead of top. So I'm gonna give it, yeah, somewhere around there. Just reuse the Tier 0. You know, I meant literally all paths, yeah. As in bottom mid, yeah. Bottom path Alk. This shit's faster throwing, right? Kind of useful maybe. Bottom path Bomb is ranged, awful. Bottom path Boomer is long range, yeah, garbage. Buck, we get a super nice Pierce increase. Has to be that. Bottom path Dart is just range garbage. Bottom path Druid is range. Bottom path NG actually has Pierce, right? It's this shit. Yeah, oversized. That's actually kind of a sleeper. In terms of, you know, bad towers. Bottom path Farm is... It's not the sellback, is Tier 2, right? Easy Collect is... Yeah, okay. Bottom path Glue, awful. Tier 1 bottom Heli, awful. Tier 1 bottom Ice is... Radius, that's usable. A lot of times you don't want to get Radius for early ice, but it can help for end of round in some circumstances. No, the 001 farm isn't, it's not sellback. It's collection radius is larger. I mean, maybe that is kind of a sleeper, because it is nice to not have to... Yeah, okay. We're barely putting D here. Oh, one farm's still good, just costs more. Right. I'm just thinking, like, how useful it is to get on the tower that you already have. But maybe that's a bad metric to go by. Yeah, maybe this should be here. Like, base ice 001. Yeah, you're right. I should do it that way. Okay. Base bomb. See, this whole shit gets complicated. Does it? Not really. This is all garbage. This is okay. This is here. Ace is here. NG is here. Okay, we fixed it. I like that metric, though. Yeah, I don't know. What's better? You should consider both. I mean, what makes the most sense? I think with tier 5, 4, and 3, I'm going to be doing how good the tower actually is and not like a change between 3rd and 4th tier. So I think I'd rather do it like this. Waterpath Mortar is just... It's still Mortar, so it's fine. Waterpath... Ninja? I don't even... You're Caltrops, right? No, you're Seeking. Yeah. You're... Nobody's ever getting you. Waterpath Sniper... It has the tech. Mid-path Ice tier 1 is goated. Bottom path Spax is garbage. Bottom path sub, maybe for a little end of round, we'll put it at D. Again, we're gonna have to speed through this because there's a bunch of shit. Bottom path super is awful. Bottom path tech is not the worst you could do. Bottom path village is actually kind of nice. Like, actually super nice in some scenarios. Bottom path wizard, not that great. Tier 1 mid ace, obviously S. Pineapple, that's pretty self-explanatory. Tier 1 middle path Alk. This is acid dissolves faster. I don't think you ever get that. You're always going 101 early. You don't need it to be faster. You need more area and pierce. So this is actually bad. Mid path bomb. This is like missile launcher, I think. No, that's 2. Faster reload. I mean, you're barely making the cut, champ. Mid boomer tier 1. Yeah. I still would not use that at all. Why is mortar so high? It's just accuracy. We're doing it based on base. We have to include base as well. It's a bit confusing, but I think this is ultimately better than ranking them individually. The real meat and potatoes is tier 3, 4, and 5, obviously. But I at least want to do this just to say I've done it. Get it over with. And tier 2 is also way more interesting than tier 1. Because there's just not a whole lot of variety with tier 1. Mid dart, never. Mid buck, super nice. Mid druid garbage. Mid NG. Your larger service area, right? Yeah. It's going down here. Mid farm. I mean, it's still a farm, so you're gonna have to go here. Which is kind of cursed. But, yeah. This glue is awful. This heli is awful. This mortar is still a mortar and it has faster attacking speed, so it's actually not bad at all. Ninja is distraction. I mean, sure. 010? Is A not S? Which one are you talking about? I want O farm. A not S? I mean, fuck, it's still a farm. How much are you spending on this useless upgrade? 300? I don't know. I might put it here. Mid sniper is awful. This spact is awful. This sub has a bit more pierce for cleanup, so that goes in that. This super is awful. This tech, we're kind of getting some value now. But we don't even get pierce, do we? It's just range, right? So actually, hold on. Hold that thought. Mid-village, regrow blocker. I mean, I can't put it in F. But that's just barely D. Distraction clutch one of your first place runs and you put it there. Right, but this is solely uncross-pathed. Or rather, the max you can go with this cross-path is another tier 0. Or tier 1. So this ninja, at most, it could be tier 1-1. Or cross-path to 1-1-0. When I rank actual 4th tier towers like Jitsu, I would properly put Jitsu in a tier that reflects that distraction Jitsu exists and it's useful, right? But just basing it off of an actual tier 1 tower, it has to be here. Mid sniper stuns around 51. Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I just instantly thought of like mid sniper and thought, wow, useless. No, this is actually 100% good tech. Good call. We're gonna go... I mean, again, the niche is still super small. Or at least C. Fireball can be good. Yeah, Fireball isn't... I mean, we're still skirting with D, I think. What is the pierce on Fireball? Fire type. It is... Nope, that's not it. Fireball. Hello? Fireball attack. 1 damage. Explosion. 15 pierce. Yeah, I wouldn't call that a sleeper, but I would say it's not disgustingly awful. I think round 51 is more common niche than 46. Yeah, for sure. I would agree with that, actually. Camos are... Delaying that camo ceramic for even just a second is major. Fireball pops purples, that's it. Pretty sure that's only in battles too, right? What is this? Explosion type. Oh, maybe... No, it shouldn't. It used to, I think, and then they fixed it. Unless I'm outdated on my information. 0-0 whiz good for chimps. Right. Okay. Top ace. Pretty good. I wouldn't get it over mid, but it's probably the same as bottom. Top alk, usable, same kind of as bottom alk. Top bomb, this is bigger bombs, right? Yeah, you're gonna be at least D. Yeah. Top boomer. It's the Pierce. Still rather have glaives, but this might bump it up to D. Top buck is... the top dart. Then we get Pierce. Top druid. This shit's so hard to rank. It's literally just DF. Like, oh, pick your poison. Top NG. I wonder what the max DPS of an NG is with sentries. Probably not that high, but I'd be curious to see what it is. Sentries do 2 pierce. You have what, 4 of them on the track at a time? 1 damage. They attack every second. So, quick math. Every second, you have 4 darts, or you have 4 attacks for 2 pierce each. That's not that much, so yeah, never mind. Sentry Sleeper? I think for early or for like chimps it's a little bit of a sleeper. Farm, I mean this should probably be like this, right? This is still a base farm. I mean farms are just, they have to be ass, I'm sorry. Keep in mind you have to wait for them to spawn, yeah. No, I didn't. That's yeah. Tier 1 glue. This does nothing for us. We soak, right? This is soak. I mean, soak a ceramic on fucking whatever round. Sure. You graduate to D. Top heli. Quad darts, huh? Quad darts. I think we've used quad darts on a race once. I wonder if anyone remembers that race. Chimps, nothing is a sleeper? Listen, you can have a couple sleepers. 99 is airburst. Where is this quad darts technology, alright? I want to see this. Hell yeah, this is it, right? Prefer for double, make it trouble? Or prefer for trouble, make it double? Yeah! Oh, it wasn't even quad darts, it was just base heli. Maybe I'm underrating heli. Maybe heli's the real sleeper. That race heli wasn't even the best strat? I don't remember this, I'm gonna be honest. This was my time, but... Yeah. This definitely isn't the trip dart, because we don't have dart, but... What was that, Gwen micro? Let's see it. Listen, it was a different time back then. I don't think this isn't a top 3. Oh yeah, we had to fucking RNG Gwen too. Gwen placement was a huge thing you used to have to do. Wait, how much money do we have? One short of Gwen. Hold on. Do we have farm money? Eight 809. Oh, because it was half off heli. I keep forgetting. So we couldn't start with Gwen. Yeah, this is probably the play. Oh, here's broken Gwen. Dude, this race could have been so much faster. We could literally have full fucking cent on this Alp Gwen right here. What are we doing? Why don't we just get 1 shards? Just get 1 shards. Okay, this isn't... I'm critiquing an old Toby video. I don't think this is top 3. Right? Yeah, it's not. Okay, never mind. Critiquing like some random old Toby video. Okay. Getting sidetracked. Top ice. What is this? Permafrost? Not useful. And context of a 110, not useful. Mortar. Bigger blast? I mean, fuck, it's still a mortar, right? Probably in your same position there. This ninja, not useful. This sniper. Again, it's literally just for the tech. Where did I put bottom sniper at? Right here? Yeah, okay, that's fair. Ooh. that's F. This is technically it's still sub, so it's D. This is F. This is kind of the same with that tack. This is range. This is don't care. It's bad. And you all suck. You suck. You suck, and you suck. I think. Let's just clarify that real quick. I mean, I can see a scenario where we have 1 life, and this solo is 33 and 24 for us, so good job, you graduated, champ. Whoops. And I don't think I care about Beast Handler. Unless this shit is moving like 46 for me, I don't care about it. So, I think F is fine. Okay, all farms in S, that looks good. Ace, middle path. Probably should be different than everything else. Cause, yeah, this really should be like this. Maybe. Or this is here. I mean, no, that ace is, pineapple is goated. Let's move this shit back up. Top mortar. I mean, these aces are still good. Grape is good. Ice, mid path is very good. This is kind of, it's useful. That time Toby failed cleanup. 0-1 doesn't hit camos or ceramics. Oh, the Beast Handler. You're right, okay. So, useless. 100 tack is good if 130. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, in the context of this, the max that this tack can be is 110, basically. In the term of the tier 1 context. 100 sub might be F, costs more. Right, but I mean, at least it has range, and there might be a scenario where you could need to get range in order to snipe an end of round. Possibly. I can see a scenario. Mortar needs nerfs, not gonna lie, racing-wise. I think Mortar is slept on. I think 022, 302, 402, maybe 502, I don't know. People kind of know biggest one is good. That's probably it. Mid path's okay. Popping on would be goated if you could actually have the ability in time. Nothing really matters for DNF. Yeah, so as you can see by this list, there's very few things in the game that are actually good early game for races. Not a huge shocker. Basically, if you have farm, you're good, or pineapple ace. If you don't have pineapple ace, just get another ace path, or a buck, or an ice. If you don't have any of those, mortars are your next best friend. And other paths of this ice. And I really don't know why this is here, but I mean, it's discount, so I don't know, it's good. You're not using this early game, but you have it, so. And then we get into the stuff that you really don't want to be starting with at all. We could probably put that down here. Yeah, C tier is like, we're a little bit screwed. Because, yeah. Or we have tech, like this mid sniper or this bottom village. Then D is like, I can see a single scenario where you might want to use this ever. But you probably should never be using this early game. And then F is actually never touch this tower. Or tier 1 tower. If you're getting biggest one, you get 520. Right, but the problem is, a lot of times you need 402, right? And getting a whole nother mortar just to go to 520 is a big ask. I mean, it depends on the race. The consistency of 402 is pretty bad, though. Like, I would always get 520, but... Adios, Avo. I would probably always get 520, but... If you... I mean, if you can afford putting down a whole nother mortar and selling it and losing that money, then... Yeah, obviously always go for 420 or 520 mortar. But Yeah, there's a lot of times where that's super tight. Alright. Boring stuff out of the way. Boring towers. Huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, boring tier 1 and tier 2s, or tier 0s out of the way. Right. Now, we get into the actual cool things, where some of this stuff actually matters. Tier 2s. Where we can actually have interesting discussions. But we're still gonna go quick, because I doubt hardly anyone cares about this. Alright. Top path ace. Sorry, bottom path ace. Tier 2. Centered path. 002 ace. It's bad. Bottom path alk, tier 2. It is acid pools, so it's awful. Fuck, now I'm trying to think if this is actually the best way to rank it. Because if I get this bottom path ace, it's going to be 022. It's not going to be 002. So why would I just be ranking at 002? Yeah, that's tricky. Micro ace. Center path allows for aqua, so I'm fine with D. Acid pools OP. Yeah, this center path just has no use. But as 002, you're still up here because it's an ace. You're an alk, you're probably still here. Bomb, frags? Not sleeper, but they're not useless. Boomer, lead? Kind of talking here. Kind of. But not really, because we still have no pierce. So, yeah, get down here. Wait, did I add a tier? Did I magically add a tier? I did. I had an E. Bottom path dart. Camo. It's just garbage. You're never using it for camo. Bottom path druid. 10% attack speed. Nope. I'm just never using it. Pin? Ooh. We'll say D. Frags isn't terrible. Yeah, it is yeah, it's not great, but it's not awful. It could be worse. Farm, bottom path, actually S tier. Bottom glue, awful. Tier 2 mid heli, still awful. Tier 2 mid or bottom ice. This is refreeze, right? Yeah. Probably never should get that in a race, but it's still ice, so... This is a sleeper. Caltrops, never get that. Bottom path sniper still has that tech. Bottom path spacked is awful. Airburst, you should never be getting. Super, you should never be getting. Bottom path attack, you should never be getting. This is kind of good. Camo, still awful. Camo on your early ace. It's still an early ace. But the camo is basically useless. Just move all the easy F1s now? Well, I mean, I don't, yeah. Easy F. Wait, no, this isn't an easy F. Because this is... This is a round 46 tech. You're saved. You have slightly better attack speed. You still have no pierce. You have hot shots. Unironically, good job. You do not have any pierce. And you don't have trip darts yet, so you're F. You have Heart of Oak. I don't even know what you have. +1 damage to Moabs or something? Right, yeah. Mid-path farm. It's a farm, it has to go S. This is splatter? I can maybe have a slightly better chance of gluing a ceramic. So I'm good with F. Camo on my mid path, I'm good. You have deep freeze, so I get 10 pierce. You have attack speed. You have decamo. Fuck it. You have some utility. Will the Beast Handler ever make it into advanced popology? Does Topper not have it? That's not what I wanted to click. Oh, he doesn't have it. Wow. You have shrapnel. So you're basically worthless, but you still have that tech from before. You're a spike factory. You're a bomb shooter that has... I don't even know. Missile launcher does like 55 different things for some reason. Yeah. You're on it. You're pretty bad. I don't know why I had you in D tier before. You have lead. But you still have barbed darts, so you get saved by D. You're a super monkey. You have some pierce now. Congratulations. You've graduated to A tier. Maybe. I'll say B. This village has camo, so this is... In chimps, this would be S. For this, probably only A, because there's a lot of cheaper camos. WAF is kind of fallen off, but it's still better than 90% of these other towers. I'd rather have it than... it's still WAF. Top path. This is faster attack speed. It's still an ace. It's most consistent. WAF like B. Yeah, most of its utility is just catching like camos at this point, not actually popping like your 24 send, which you can still use it to do the 24 send, but... Top path Alk? AMD time? Unironically, super based. Because you need it on mail. Yeah, fuck it. You're an S tier maybe. Or maybe A. Or bordering S. I think most people don't realize that the biggest thing that helps mail is not the brew, it's the AMD. Brew is super nice, don't get me wrong. You always want it on your mail, but what actually makes it possible to even get to pop the balloons in the first place is the AMD. Because you have to pierce through the leads, right? You're not doing that with 0 AMD. Top path Boomer, you have an amount of pierce, right? Yeah, you have glaives. You're up here. Yeah. Still wouldn't really want to use it, but... Fuck, if ice is there, there's no way that has to be there. You're up here then. Top path bomb. You are 2 layers, but we still don't have cluster, so you're still kind of useless. Oh, better than that. Useful decamo for round 33. The only useful thing that this would have in races is you have to decamo 51. Which, because it has camo priority, unironically is not, like, that far-fetched. So I might bump it up to this. You put it in the same tier as acid pools. I don't know about that one. Well, it still has faster throwing. 51 or other random, yeah. Okay, top path jug, or top path dart, you have some pierce, so you're saved from F. This is just sentries, but slightly more of them. This is a farm, so yoink. Actually, hold on. This ranking matters. This is the best farm, followed by this, followed by that. You have lightning, which technically isn't... Yeah. It's lighting. It's D. It has some merit. Top path glue. You're dissolver, right? Or you're corrosive. You're kind of useless, but you still have solve or soak. So you're saved from F. Top path heli, pursuit. Yeah, still F. Don't care about quad darts. Mid ice, or top ice rather. You pop camo and lead. But you're definitely not better than that ice. Tier 2 pop mortar. +1 damage? Sign me up. Better than Bernie stuff? I do not think so. Why is mid mortar here? That should be there. Top awful. Top sniper. Saved by the fact that it still has the stun tech. Spactory is awful. That's awful. This is intel. So you're barely getting saved because at least we have a sub that's cleaning up. You are attack speed. You still have no pierce though. You are drums, so get your ass up here. I still wouldn't put you above. No, I'd put you... Maybe put you there. You... I don't even know who you are. Oh, okay. Yeah. Top path buck. We're sitting at double shot. Hello, music? Where art thou? And that's it. Oh, nope, never mind. We have this garbage, garbage, garbage. This boomer has lead and no pierce. You are saved by the fact you have camo. You are also equally bad, and you have pierce, and yet you still suck. Pop frozen. The basis of this could be like a shards rock tech. We'll put it D. Okay. Quick recap. Farms are insane. Classic. Support is insane. AMD and drums and ammo. Honestly, fuck it. You should probably be here too. Waff, mid-ice, Bernie stuff, pineapple. Technically camo, but it gets saved by pineapple. This buck is maybe a bit high because we don't have grapes. Grapes, 2 mortars, ice, tack, 2 aces. I like that. I mean, aces are still aces. Ice, sniper tech, ninja tech, and then D, we just wouldn't use any of these. Except in very specific circumstances. I believe. Snipers are pretty useful. This has a bit of tech. That's not the worst. You have some tech. And then F is just unusable. Alright. That was the boring recap of tier 2s. Again, not a lot of variety you can do here. Farms are... In all honesty, this should be like SSS tier. Because they're just so far ahead of these for the value that you get with them. No other tier 2 competes in the game with farms. Except maybe villages, because villages are also... I mean, it's just support, right? Low tier support is godly. Give all my towers camo, give all my towers drums, give all my towers discount. I mean, it's just super simple. Or give my towers AMD. And these 4 are the actual best, like, we're doing something early game. With Buck very close behind. Actually, Buck should be here. It really should. Because this is like the only early games you can really do. Past A tier for early game, we're already in like the depths of I don't want to be doing this. And obviously we have a couple towers like 3rd tier Spolt that we actually use because it's so cheap, but it doesn't reflect it on this list because this is just tier 2. Are we ranking tier 3 plus? Maybe next time. This stream has gone on pretty long. Drums OP, yeah. I-Ring and Rough. Yeah, did they get 202 Druids? Yeah, I remember that race, so they have some sort of niche. Tier 3 decent on races? Yeah, a lot of the juicy stuff we start getting into starts at tier 3. There's just not a lot of variety any lower. Which I guess makes sense, because that's the same thing with all the other game modes. Like, you're not using a whole lot of tier 1 and tier 2s. Except farms or villages. Or when you physically have to, in like chimps. Because you have to build up to better things. Starting at base starts or whatever. Alright. Well, I think that's it. I think that's everything I wanted to do. Tier 0, Tier 1, Tier 2. On the books. Went over the whole race. Went over the event game mode shit. That looks fine. X out of you. Yeah, I think that's good. 4-hour stream, 4:30. Probably should make these a bit shorter. There's honestly not that much BTD6 content that's enjoyable to watch that you can stretch to be this long. So I'll probably make it shorter next time. Alright. Well, if no one has any last questions, comments, or concerns, I'm out of here. Adios, folks. Till next week.